members of the press here in gathered. Let me first of all thank you very much for honoring our invitation at such short notice for this press conference, which at the beginning of the day I never anticipated to be holding, but events have necessitated our invitation, and I thank you very much. I thank you most profusely. Following the publication of the Forest Cessation of Forest Reserve Instrument 2022 EI 144, there have been reports circulating in sections of the public that the Achimota Forest Reserve, as currently constituted, has been sold and is set to be earmarked and redeveloped into residential enclave. The general public is entreated to disregard these reports as they are false, baseless, and non-factual. Indeed, what the propagators of these messages have refused to add is that EI 144 was published together with the Forest Achimota Firewood Plantation Forest Reserve Amendment Instrument 2022 EI 154, which I'll be making available to you members of the press. So for the avoidance of doubt, President Akufo-Addo, nor myself or his government intends to sell the Achimota Forest or redevelop the Achimota Forest as currently constituted. On the contrary, we intend to enrich the Achimota Forest, revamp it, and hopefully, in the not too distant future, transform it into the likes of Hyde Park of London and Central Park of New York, where Ghanaians can go and enjoy forest, the beauty of nature and forest reserve as it happens in other parts of the world. You will recall, and you may be aware, that the Forestry Commission, under the able leadership of Mr. John Alote, the Chief Executive Officer, have been working tirelessly to reforest the Achimota Forest Reserve. For anybody who's been to the Achimota Forest Reserve lately, you will find that the Achimota Forest Reserve is degraded largely, and we're making a lot of efforts at planting trees at the Achimota Forest Reserve. So, with all the strength I can marshal at my disposal, the Achimota Forest Reserve remains intact. What EI 144 does is to make the portions of the land acquired as far back as 1927 for a forest reserve, the portions which have not been used as a forest reserve, the portions which have been encroached upon since the acquisition in 1927, which had already been granted to the Owu family in September 2013, ceased to be a forest reserve and returned to the pre-acquisition owners. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I think it's important that we set the historical facts in the right perspective, and it will get Ghanaians to appreciate the background to this matter. In 1921, the government of the then Gold Coast, by a certificate of title dated 16 December 1921, made under the Public Lands Ordinance 1877. Ghana, Muntie, Namansanya son, at the Roko Fiaman Homenesu Ejiji Tonton Sansain, I will need 100.9 FM. Important that we set the historical facts in the right perspective, and it will get Ghanaians to appreciate the background to this matter. In 1921, the government of the then Gold Coast, by a certificate of title dated 16 December 1921, made under the Public Lands Ordinance 1877, acquired from the Owu family, the pre-acquisition owners, the parcel of land on which the Achimota School is situated. Subsequent by another certificate of title dated 17 May 1927, the government of Gold Coast, acquired from the same family another tract of land measuring approximately 479 hectares as an extension of the Achimota School. Although compensation was paid for the 1921 acquisition, compensation was not paid for the 1927 acquisition, which is the parcel of land which was acquired to be used as a forest reserve. So, for the avoidance of that, compensation was paid for the Achimota School to the owners, the Alodia owners of the land, the Owu family, but compensation was not paid for the 1927 acquisition, which was the acquisition made for purposes of a forest reserve. By order 31 of 1930, dated July 17, 1930, the government, pursuant to its powers under the Forest Act 1927, Cap 157, constituted the land acquired in 1927 as a forest reserve for the purposes of fuel wood plantation for Achimota School. In other words, when the acquisition was made in 1921 for the Achimota School, and a further acquisition was made in 1927, in 1930, by Order 31, the government of Gold Coast designated the 1927 acquisition as a forest reserve, and as is captured in Cap 157, to serve as fuel wood plantation for Achimota School. In other words, for them to harvest it for fuel for purposes of running the Achimota School. Since 1930, in 1961, the government of the day released portions of the land which was acquired in 1927 and which had not been used actually for a forest reserve to be used as a site for the construction of Gimpa as we know it today. So Gimpa was carved out of the 1927 acquisition. 1961, it was released for purposes of the construction of Gimpa. Indeed, the Forestry Commission headquarters land was also carved out of the 1927 acquisition for it to be used for purposes of Forestry Commission headquarters. The seismic center, which is the earthquake monitoring center, and several other installations in this 1927 acquisition were carved out of this acquisition for purposes of constructing the earthquake monitoring center and several other installations in that enclave. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, following several encroachments on the forest reserve, and by that I mean the 1927 acquisition, the pre-acquisition owners, the Owu family, in 2007 submitted a petition to the then president, His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor, for the release of the portion of the forest reserve adjoining the Temamoto Way. After consultations between the office of the president and the relevant authorities, it was recommended that the portion of the forest reserve which was not used for the forest, the Achimota forest as currently constituted, be released to the Owu family. This culminated in an agreement dated 24th November 2008 between the government acting by the then Ministry of Land, Forestry and Mines and the Owu family for the grant of a lease over 99 years. In 2011, the Owu family submitted another petition to the then Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Mike Hammer, for the grant of portions of the forest acquisition which had not been used for the Achimota forest as currently constituted to the Owu family in lieu of compensation for the 1927 acquisition. The minister constituted a committee chaired by the then chairman of the then chaired by a chairman which was the then chief executive officer of the Forestry Commission, Mr. Samuel Afaredati, to inquire into the legitimacy of the request and its impact on the forest reserve as currently constituted. The committee, after its investigation, concluded that the request of the Owu family was legitimate. This is as far back as 2011. The minister then sought executive approval to implement the recommendations of the committee. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, on 5th September 2013, the then President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, gave executive approval for the conversion of the forest, the part of the 1927 acquisition, which had not been used as forest reserve, to be released to the Owu family, and further granted that the forest reserve itself, that is the Achimota Forest Reserve, be converted into an ecotourism park. And this was pursuant to the recommendations of the Mr. Samuel Afaredati Committee, which is the 2011 committee. Pursuant to the said executive approval, the Forestry Commission, acting on behalf of the then President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, executed 3 leases in September 2013, granting portions of the forest reserve which had not been used.
Ghana Muntie, Naman Sanyason, at the Roko Fiaman Homenesu Ejiji Tonton Sansain, Ewo Neat 100.9 FM.
We have about 5,000 permanent shops in Abosokai and about 17,000 temporary businesses like tabletops. Put together, you are talking 22,000 people doing business in Abosokai as we speak. The place is super choked, but they contribute a lot to the transport industry in this country. So the initiative and the idea, for that matter, to create a new hub for them at Afienya. Fortunately, the RCC is talking to the Minister of Lands, and we have been assured of about 2,500 to 4,000 acres of land. We are almost done with the processes. Now, over there, we will transform the way they have done business over the last 8 years.
Needs FM. What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special ice, natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
I bet you thought you've seen it all. You must have thought you've watched it all. Gomorrah is a new exciting series about the conflict that rises between the wealthy and the poor. Watch Gomorrah exclusively on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 150, Go TV channel 101, and Aquaba Magic Ebusian DSTV channel 149 and Go TV channel 108. With as little as 50 Ghana cedis on DSTV access and 25 Ghana cedis on Go TV value. Gomorrah. Emre Dane.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku potomanto. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Wo den kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu nsu hye kura de aka ho. Wo hwe de wapi ho. O ka sa batete. E da fom ho. This way chocolate drink.
Kra cha be pe baba ware yi.
Asew.
Ye fi ase this way chocolate drink. Ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye be hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so se
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so se
FDA ahwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye
Utie oha ekchi ponkno. Needs FM.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Odesampa. Kasia bo. Kowakata monsa. Amaya se. Kasia ABOAGYE.
Onye yimu. Nukretrodo. Kamagine men kamagine bo.
Nitafe.
Mama yentie. KWASI ABOAGYE 100.9.
Kwesi bonkwe.
Meko da yatna sibio manano pe yanope dwumedie Ghana Montie so ana waso gu efrem KWASI ABOAGYE senia osite no benam di dwumedie ho chiame anope nso kwabena mafo kame ho boakin kai de bonkrata no dia man wajinche 0503721744 need 100.9 make I say uti radio so ay 100.9 or yeah FM no so sanso and now betimi etie no ahwe wo Facebook need FM 100.9 YouTube Despite Media need FM na chese uti na ahwe bisa na kakranka ekweni manope Yankengum de bonkrata no the front pages of the newspapers saying and at your camera boami
yo
Abusuafo de baka tire friend is telegraphic na mede mamu akwa bebi ewi. Mampani na nado danko akufo ado eda ha. En watre se bibi mai atisi yemia ya bosuo mu kakra tre se. Sade yedi ye ni tu ya senke aduane beba no. Sisi aduane ya shoto. Na wanu mampani na nado kurade ye no wanwane se. Uba Ghana hanum se ya eburo ni soya beans. Eburo ni soya beans ho ya ayedin no. Watena sedine ho se enti aba ne se na eburo amba soya beans nso amei. Anu wamu teso ya Russia ni Ukraine tukwa no. Enti wamu antumi ankra fertilizer ama. Anu wasra Ghana fo se madawuruma. Yemia ya ba timu kakra ankra eburo ni yanche. Ba akofo ankoto eburo bebre mfa nguo. Obi nso ya yi ohia bia no amani bi. Soya beans obi nso hia bia no amani bi. Onko anhoro. Ya nyina ya nta aduane ne nkakra ankra. Enyu obi na ya bibie. Eya Russia ni Ukraine fo ntukwa yi. Ena ama fertilizer ntumi ama nuane asoto kakra. Mampani tasa potra farmers kura de. Watena wanu a watumi susu ma potra farmers se buai. Na membe wombe de nie. Enya wono a eya Russia ni Ukraine fo ntukwa yi. Ena akofa asem we nyina aba. Automobile industry fo no nso awurade adomo ba benya special supplement bia ebetumi aboa na mutumedie akonkan. Papa yi kane no ya public procurement authority penin power da no wade agyi ana special prosecutor sorry no suoi na watase wabeti ni musetan o mani nya ba bi kura wabɛhome afa wo yire ne to asa yire na no aka ho enti wanya ba bi a wabɛhome afa charge a wade to papa no so no anya charge ketwa yesika akodi ni nten nyina no ya beje special prosecutor no and kranza disturbances bi koso na disturbances no ba na wie ye no na nipa baako wawu enipa wotenso wo maprepre ade pa wo mu gwa ya sabia wo mu atia yarese ane danso Ghana a Premier League ni bi koso Ediana Stars yansebi Elmina Stars yansebi Dasi ansebi media manso ansebi Accra House of Focus baako Gold Stars antumi ante Tarina Force baako Great Olympics antumi ante King Faisal baako Levin Wonders antumi ante Legon City sasemienu Team sasa baako RTU asemienu Betem United nso semienu Wafa antumi ansebi ena Alliance asa baako ena Asgold no ayeso mu nko division 2 no womni Kumasi Asante Kotoko na minim sa kansie no baba so sa Asgold fo beko division 2 ti se di o maka no a ebra na bekyere na Telegard de Bokrata anim hwa ene wa chese ye enyatam ye no bi apie ewo rate na rate adesie suro mu suro pa se na sa jata we de wa na do mu ba ha enti enyatam ye no ene wo mu di agro wa he ene wo mu ne nanam wo enti nkofo wo mu anu wo mu dwane nkofo wo mu anu wo mu dwane se na wana de se nyatei ade abego reji hanum se ya abonkofo hu kakra riot aya disturbance se akoso nkranza mbeburi kire se wo mu nia ba akwa ya friend se Albert wo mu nim baby Albert wo aposifo ahe na Albert wo enti wo mu nkwatere enu na koka koso eti otutu okoso nipa ba akoto ananam wonse edo emu nson eprepra afei sawubetu kwan a enkwa gawofo ho aya foreign ministry ana de kokobo ema court be decide dem state question yedin kan yi na firi wanum sa wonyamra sebetani bio na criminal charge bi ka ho eno ena wo mu besa asem die na asese nya bonu pese ewom ene asam wato no Accra House of Folk wo mu prayers no wo mu tasa yade bi atiasi Accra House of Folk for camp a players be 50 yade wo mu nyina akwagu hospital but unsa den hu adepote pa ayi wo mu dabia yade asumesi anase yade obente akwaya sa spiritual ayi something bi nipa ni tina wa ne hu nsa da asa no ho yira no wono aso wonna aso wanyina ho enti obi ti sasure mu ntare tamori nkum Rasina Wako, Woman dear, woman can, but players and kind of dear, as will be our own fano, and to woman the 15 players, Aquaco Hospital, sir, woman Quatia, sir. Our MPP, and woman Catra, Evans Nimako, Yawa, MPP, Amanyoko, Penia was about to us, was a swamushan mo. Adia woman de Bayan one Casuaba say yes, and Mabun any abre, and to woman Cato right on Buadu, and in penny for coming in our said, our MPP youth, and woman Catam penny for us, woman Cassandra Evans Nimako. That's woman son more, our one more. Sadia Baya, our best back, no, woman say yes, woman Yabre. Now, the new crusading guide, the Nimhayami Gusu Kay, and Wadiaban waters are occupy Ghana, and woman Kata by and say, I don't know be releasy, and Sassini be the Amabus, Yabisu woman, and you woman da cra, woman into who crack, and to almost by and another woman. Sadia no party, one sign, and you will be you. After woman propose steps, a bet to me abua, a baby mine. Na Ghana beyond aid, Africa beyond aid. Yani ankasi to me abuabua ya hunka kranka.
Okay. All right. So I'm paying come back why you need DHA for any opinion kanina wano no share public procurement authority. Ano obekaya nhwemu bi ekoso contract for sale Manase Azuri awini no die nim kowie no na chese opinion aban hu se there be any man koyi ewa public procurement authority on him say no cry fiber ni dibrei ahwere no ene ne ka ho special prosecutor then ora match na me do crack as any account ni freezy ene ne ka ho ene ababeto dwa se ni account isike wo mu wetimi kura kwa koyi na yenya ne entie kura so ye the charges kwa do bi de abono na ohwe daily graphic ni me da ho say former PPA boss charged for procurement breaches. San komo ina no pay pese edi hu enkomo kakra emranim ni Morsampao e wa amano so yenko amano so eni enyi kakra mfini wonum sei rampa da se mo akwa baba ni TFM so
peje mo so me so kwenya so enchia mo machifu ne mashafu di yan na pay
ya da se na mi musa o sa ye ora ejeni boate ne jei enka ne opinion no da ye PPA no beto odwa se CC no special prosecutor bem se charges bi what the abono eno krampo de yesi ni account a yesi ye freezy ye sika wo mu etimi akwa akoyi eni ne ekoso enyi na no eto sen pa
dedi kan me de say at least Kenya okia another appointment no na the time I appointment no you ya me bi twi wo procurement ya fancy na you to be a man investigations that you will say, one family council, if you want to put in our court. Good news. And I think that we want more of those. It's a signal to those who are promo the appointment. Those who are your privilege. Almost say when they say, they're only ready to save. Now, why do they say, open say, Utoka, Oko Pesica, compact to me, appointment. Now, we took car. About we any the various agencies no able to success. It is a good news. The papa one. I think say Bakusa over baby bra because to do ana over years the money I want to do abay with and you share to do ana you don't need to investigation. You could see say another bar abay mu you could do wa o show mo pa boy e bin school papa ye e bin yejuma papa ye within less than 6 years, almost circumstances are changing. Unexplained ways. But
Rampa, we are sure that MPP for it will be MONTIE now. Cause a man for the door and another buy almost so maybe on my brother and say no see no and can say by now special prosecutor crowd so a diom who be to ja and premier brain no ya na nyom kan so okay there be diom ho son e boni bie nyom ho ne ka ho already ni boatin je de na aba nipa ben sa na ususu say no by now nipa we say nka special prosecutor nke so no kran so
you see if you want to be fair and honest with the system you see you there are a lot of them you can pick a lot a lot of them that you can pick. Che obi biara more bright and some another appointed. It is in public domain. We have a lot. When you go back on my lifestyle acquisition of wealth, the way they are supporting their cronies and the friends on the other side, the way they are funding their own campaign, the way they all of a sudden they able to have enough resources that I'm on person MPs and again we know them. You don't need to come out to mention it.
Omumbobra.
Mami Prof, who's the minnow? The charge. Bra, Mamma, I would to me. You perform one more bra. They be Okuja to Abrakwa. Philosophy Quachemo. I'm more bra. Right from university. I'm a minister. And we saw that within a short time, or your wedding, or the plane flying the year for your wedding. But then the back, and the sister, maybe train idea. Okuja to Abrakwa and the sister, Gela, maybe train idea or made their business, which are the law. But then, not business law. Yeah, no. Why? We are to Abrakwa to meet mobilizing Canada, Kwabuchi, Canada, up at the Nokoye. At the time, the minimum would have been when I said, down so much. Meaning, the family, well, the Amici Semika, I will down so much Russia route almost side. Call and about so walk over the same. That night, we could have thought Abrakwa to be in the car. That time, radio good. You push it. What I say, but it's going to be talk. Or cheap the back. They can't see no more than 2-3 months. No, just can't be here. I knew Okuja to Abrakwa. He was nobody, he didn't have. At the moment, power, he started acquiring left and right. Look, as I speak right now, the machine here with the crew, we say, HM2 for machine. What I say, the filling stations, you see, these are the things that we saw. And there were a lot of them. They are supposed to change online. And it has not stopped. That not explain where you have to like to be them.
Okay, so me Dean and me ma obo. Me busa a question about Omanpeyin na Nado Danko Ekufuado. Omwa mpacho me ba orampa me ba. Me sheda na me Dean am tie because me pese me ma kwan na okasa go my friend che say ma kwan na okasa. But me busa my same busa no was say o si omwa wo mo bra Omanpeyin na Nado bae omwa na mo bra. But uyi fi honum say one ma me Dean na de call.
Me you me left foundation. I thought about my current one also.
Okay, and meet you.
To be unfair there. That's current one. Me left foundation is different.
Okay.
You want the back current one. Current one, they don't say Samuku. Samuku was a Samuku. What is happening? What are you talking about? You don't know. You don't know. A lot of the young boys now, almost can be more. I don't know. A lot of them, I can tell you, say,
Nanabi na oboni dina se sami bi nana. Okay.
And a lot, as in some name them. I see there are a lot of the youth, young ones are almost they were right from university. If you move boys are bread, they were and then what I talk about. And then over the agencies die. What I say, as sponsor were there. I say, money, and they are able to find campaign. Who come somebody and be able to find out their source. What I say, and there are a lot. We see in current government. If you go to the NDC time, there were a lot. Suddenly we have. And because I say, a lot of things are happening. And happening in my administration. It's happening today. And we have the courage and the boldness to investigate those political appointees that their words are not able to explain. You understand? We are not able to do that. What I say, you know, the PPP, they are first so they are spending, you know, but as a tax net. good. There are a lot happening in this government. People, you can see. You don't need investigation. You can see from the word goes there. Within a short time, Jesus Christ. Some of them most of them don't. What they almost compare. They compare. Obesity. I don't know. I don't know. Me, I don't know. Yes, I don't know. He was in as a lawyer for about 7 to 8 years. I saw him when he became a lawyer. Nobody. If I practice one practice, but all the politics know is worth millions of Ghana dollars. Anybody is doing what is acquiring. So when you compare your school, and I be more, and I say, so more Eugene, Jesus Christ. Look, I'll mention most of their names. I'm saying that the politics are, who are they? Who? You see, before politics, one more example. Before politics, who to me was who to me. Who to me became who to me, not because of politics. But the mind and any your thing, maybe a lot of money. So who to me, all this money you're popular, but politics are not giving to me money. But there's some people when you mention that they, who are they before politics? And they're coming at the what are you talking about? And we have a lot of them in the system. Today they have made a lot of money. They are throwing money left and right. What do I say? And we see them, but because we can say for evidence, but the evidence you can see from their conduct, their behavior, their acquisition. A lot of them know how acquire property are already see there's a need for tracing. In law, when we did tracing. What do I say? So when we are talking about procurement breaches and the corruption now, who starts from the surface? You know, we want to say we move the Italy. What about so the Benin and your policies are now. Now let's put that even most of the MPs, they form salary. Now you whether they declare on assets or not. No. Look at quiet outside. They declare it. Assets are declared this year. Go for Obi. What I say? And then as we speak right now, when we are looking at the podcast, the lives of those appointees, Mama, who are nobody, and the correct Nanado, we can see, you can see, say, this is and the way I'm going to acquire property, almost be expected die. I'm in the public hearing. No, of the true West today, including their machines, their cars, their bank accounts, their investments, and their contracts. What are you talking about? So we should be serious as a nation and go further. And here is selective justice. Nipa baako di eba, here they are coming nipa baako bebree here so. And now you say that no more cancer no. Say, the who ba be no law. You say that when you're very careful, that be your channel. Or be perspective announce in the gate announce exposé announce action na all why did the neck including onagasani conisa the number for and now so push omunya the power. What do I say? Now we going to say Gabriel Chimada Punyano, say no power Gabriel Church Gabriel Gabriel yeah, who Gabriel when I say that Babuzia anyone is a foundation me at that time I got Gabriel Chimo Dan Babuzia because
Nasa Gabia no or a lawyer Anna so a lawyer. Let
what are you talking about? No, who is that? Yes.
Now him account him.
Listen to me, mistake Gabriel today as I see radio and all those listen to me see almost them. Mistake Gabi before the Nado came to power, the West is different from today. Today, go look at the text. I enlarge it. Where did he get it from? me can't say, oh, you're corrupt too. I mean, see, political, yeah, no, those people, no. The kind of, I don't know, the anti as I think, but all position. See this out. Mama, one hold on. Now, on November, oh, yeah, of when I say, that's Buzia. Now, you for your flat. What do I say? I don't want
Mpacho, but then now kind why too flat?
We see the fruit.
Ah.
I see your fruit. I flat.
Okay.
What position here? We were their friends, their colleagues. What we did for Nanado and their campaign, we saw all the young boys almost about Breno. And the citizens, when I say, lawyer, Esakama, Jesus Christ. Esakama. We know Esakama, who Esakama was. Omudiana, and yet come to do more. For me, occupied time. And they occupied days. And then, once you keep me, one so more occupied the day. You see, listen to me. We know those who are before Mama existed. It's a name that those who are in government, we are seeing instant changes. What if the instant miracles in their life? Opening radio station here and there, acquiring property here and there, donating here and there. Then you be in a serious democracy, in a serious country, those people will be subject matter of investigation. The whole chairman will be for reporting with this guy. The first cannot be explained. The moment I can gap it, obviously, as I see, he should come and account. How the bra at the time, and another no opposition, or to be as a now, Congress will champion all the financing. If we are able to tolerate, then it's source the general. Hallelujah. The fact that we are suspect doesn't mean that we are criminal. The fact that they are suspect, we must suspect all political appointees. Begin to subject their work to serious scrutiny. We are not doing the country. If you know, and no wonder, they are rushing to politics because politics, now by band within 2-3 years, your circumstances. Anyone tell you, how many years I want to represent that? How many years? One brown, who you represent that? I don't know yet. What's happening? But you, I know you. Your source of income can be explained. What they are quite piano, you can showcase it because you can explain it. But those people, they can't explain it. I'm telling them to come and explain to Ghanaians that we have out there. And then another abandon never power. There are some appointees of SPP. They could not display the way they are displayed today. Same to Mama. That's why I laid the foundation. So these politicians are taking it for granted. That's why we need a special prosecutor who go after these appointees.
But we are sure bet me cry. You be special prosecutor, bet me Nyamaya who came pass. Okay, come and explain the source of your wealth. Say bra before answer about abaimu now ni she and now abaimu when you hotam. We are sure say special prosecutor bet me as idea.
We need a law. We need unexplained law. Unexplained what law. You have to law be mra. I said the Omanian who started there, who yes can, who are five certain ways. Now, society is suspicious. Everybody can go and make a complaint. Now, they are called independent body. Now, they are called people like that. They mean for some we should have a bipartisan committee here. And say, as to how people make their wealth. Charity commission. Say, NGOs, any charity now, they are monitoring. Who exhibit wealth, who also for now what to rate over within 3 months, 4 months. Now, also, Casey, on that, you know, dancing up or for more than that. Charity commission, but to that flow. Bra, or software. Bra, who you NGO, who you charity. And I understand that, who to see that was that. And I understand how to tell range. And I understand how to that way. Then they'll begin to look at your books. Who you are software. It's about how we are your software. Or income, you're saying. They prove it. Canada. That is why the person that cannot expect a showcase their way to go. Maybe in parts of more Canada, they are ordinary. Oh, that can't happen. And so for people started ministry 1, 2, 6 months for back up. Let us car, let us so, let us say. Not only the Tom to come. And then push up positions to be wow. Because someone bought now they can donation. Also, they are not paying 2 billion donation. 3 billion donation. Hey, right. Boys are bread those days. The self came from boys are bread. And then about bread. But that, and you look, we looking at situations where if you have independent body, we need to bread. What they say,
Anti Ghana and KSC to me pem represent can law on unexplained wealth.
Well, who started a brain tumor? Who started near podcast appointment? In fact, even one time power, you don't need to get an appointee. You are going to among your appointees, but the time when you a baby at appointees. So people know what they're moving yesterday. I'm not going to appointment, my contact order. So we monitor those people say MPP power from 2016 up to 2022. Every MPP member, every MPP party member, every friend of the NADO, every cronies of the NADO, every party member, Biano, they better do next while. Before mobile Bebano. Now, next thing. Now, mobile, who you appoint you, who you appoint you, who in the NADO, once you associate yourself with the ruling party, when your circumstances start changing, we need to investigate.
And you should. He found a Sikano free bar. And also a political appointees in Kwa na impo aso for Ghana Nibia.
We did 40 minutes, 30 minutes. Na papa oba ato car. I will papa where you for 40 years. That's how car from this. Look at this youth now, and they are displaying on the social media, including celebrities like a first I grab that one. The youth flow of pressure. Through their social work, so it's out there. Parties are wrong. We need to scrutinize them. Who's a celebrity? What type of celebrity are you? Where are your businesses? How are you able to acquire A or B? Syria, even now one, if there were a law on the same with the Canada one, that Chinocamp and Sana, open and say, let's go to let me tell you something. What do you say? Doctor, Kwame Despite. Our best loan and savings company. Good.
That's point.
Yes, that's point. But look at the best thing to work. Now, who despite? There, he came where? Not to do Sika, not to do Egu. Now, say, despite here, now we're late, red carpet. What do I say? The first thing, that point, savings, is he part of the order, no? What you say, people support it. I am not for the company. It's all for the same for boom. But no, 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 now, what if we have investment? Now, who might give it up? You were able to translate this west to the system. Everything, now, I want to buy no. I'll be catching it. I said, that's right, money as complete woman of Walla. On the second way, and then he was so impacted there. Everyone said, the party back home, so man, sister. You see? Now, that's also not what's the other. $6 no. Jesus Christ. Then we all saw it on social media. And Bank of Finance Minister, and the system was. Now, the man was stopping people's money. You were at 20. Honestly, at 20, or you're above travel, down so much. The first lawyer was done. Nobody did not know. It will be not very well.
Was it the Capital Plus, Papa? No. But Hono, Morris, so people say, and okay, or you are called out to me, baby. I know to me, Yano.
We did show them no. That's the kind of work which is explained. Not a miracle. Too much. Because in our economy, who to make you back those properties? Hey, that kind of money Christian was having. Jesus Christ. Maybe that's super boy. It will be who they be around. So is well. I marveled. And you know, banking expose the bad, I say, I understand. I don't know. Boy, no. Oh boy, I know better capital guy.
But officers are there because you bet me around law on unexplained way because me kind of me know the people that are supposed to yes I see I am rano are guilty of sanya manyama way. Do you think say you benya sadia way?
That is why I'm saying that if there is going to be call on constitutional review, and now the youth and sorry, these are the things that you say sorry was so, and that's the video. When we are doing demonstration, we will rise and say, look, bring this law, change these things. You should stop the insult. I don't not happy with insults. Me, like what is happening right now? If the youth, the students, look, the way I'm out for a bit more poto. Now you who come fast. Not to tell me, I'm here.
Yeah.
Make us know.
David,
I know so you're from say program so much the quite fast you know. From a ton of so much there and a hard work and a home brassier and you hear God. Oh what? You know Memuna. He was under 40 achievers. That you see, no. I'm talking about this capital guy, no. Oh, social media. Now, you need to talk, you know. Who are successful? All are remote, they are from, they are fair, what I say, about to fall, Nebano. Jesus Christ. Most of the banking issues we have.
You don't think say hard work you madin nyamishro eni ahobrase unyin nisa.
Oh what? I am sure. The real source of their income, no can't youth no. Okay. What we are pushing for? Now, it's a hard work guy. You could be brave. Yeah. It's honest. But honest also.
Besi Aboagye.
Besi Aboagye. Now how could you know? Maybe about hard work and honest. I can tell you, you are very hardworking and your honesty is A1. And then some of me, you are a power. The thing is just not you know, who I guess capital. It's not maybe a more insecure because you say that it is. India, the true source of most of these young ones are they claim to be successful in this country. No? They know source, no, I just spiritual. Now you know the same word. But when they call them in, they come and tell us. And they talk about where you be before me, IS program, no, IS.
Sir, I saw for me, Brian.
Jesus Christ, Brian. Now, what they assemble, people be about, come and share your life experience, how you made it. That will be to say Jakapia. Now, who did Jakapia? Every general say Jakapia, they spray the way.
Jakapia, so what you Jumadino? You saw your actress.
Jumadino.
Actress, who?
The acting member is the car. I'll make sure you seems are here. Oh, yeah. And everything be out. You know, these are the same people who come to UTV and tell us that I'm not article in Jomuka.
I know the Omuka, yeah.
Roger Cote is their manager. They are trying to blame Roger Cote and say, no, audio musica. These are the people who can say the entertainment industry and then the acting industry, doesn't pay. But these same people turn around and they look at their lifestyle. The lifestyle of these people. Obi said, Sandra Akobia.
Sorry, lawyer.
Lawyer, Onyama Bofra. Sandra Akobia, Nyama Bofra. Many law. You understand? Court, and then the second on your law.
But Sanya lawyer for you and Omoko too.
No, make it say. On Sunday, no year tomorrow. One of your problem. Or your case is free. First time I come as a service and say, how do you succeed? Who is about the real truth about?
I didn't know, Anka.
Most everyone yet. The muscle.
Charges here, they are bought 17 charges now. Special prosecutor, they are bought Ura Ejenim, Boatine J. Wani said the brother-in-law. Tasemi. But Bakua say what him say, meaning say what ya. You see, Nisika ya na that bank ya. Ye freezy ye. You see what me is getting na.
Na send me aka corruption. About the same na yedi freezy account. But court and succeeded. Na ese who say still be so judge has no hand in it. The judge will be innocent. And the deal no night cost power Yoko. Those days no evidence are become clean. There were point this one. Yoko meaning those people who use illegal ways, no more freeze account no. What do you say? Almost the law no, but almost that year. It can mistake. Now we are called freeze. And if you freeze, we are no more from home. Almost lawyers in the system as lawyers no. Almost almost deal with say. Omokwana Yoko. I catch them say these are the loopholes. If you confirm the fees of account, who first a lawyer now? No kwa. Now we use the loopholes, no. Then you diffuse the account. Don't want to share.
But it's not fair on Yoko. I mean, Rampo, I say my okay for
I'm saying that it is happening.
Yoko, Adiomu, you know, almost say Buapayo, minimum rano.
Every yes, sir, it's not the show. Until say announce expose by say just anything punch. You can't get it. That's what happens. I'm a lawyer, and I'm telling you that Yoko, your agents are who. I don't know human beings.
Any panel.
So corrupt. And I will say Yoko for the agents are who. And then former ID, when I say the terrorists, they're called. Who call Yopa? They are employees in the area, civil servants. Who call Yopa? They are are they not subject to corruption? If Yoko don't the mama from Yoko is not a girl. Because currently, since Yoko is starting, go and find out the expose, sir. People experience with the Yoko. They'll tell you. And I'm saying that we have lawyers there. Common to man say we have guru boys for Yoko Homo de lawyers here to man. So be the difference of follow away. It is happening in the system. I'm telling you the truth. It won't say no be what. They be the case, Yoko case is point OG. Did not hear me.
Metiopa Rampo. I didn't think they be a Yoko case. I didn't.
Because those days, no, yeah, okay. any drugs. Say, who you cocaine, who you drugs are? Yem Bailey, the boy was unbelievable.
Yes.
First time. What is the new table now? What I say, narcotic drugs need equity son. They will not be why. Okay, some people muya. But then, do you know what I say? You take okay for the car. Now, I'm the phone where we are can say, oh, away. Only the wait my bomb away your baby. And you know, about now I did the cat. It's what say. You will always be what show more records. Case in Kona, without saying, the airlines to be a quality in the year.
Na se bia oni pa kono lawyer no expert wo Safield ho ana
Maybe at all. You do all. Before boom say, so be near Ajib, or not as a link. What I said, that was still the Melanie. Not be a yoke case. I could you know, why you have a something near them for. And she will take the first edit. Now, me know my day free. Why say they will give you inside information. And you know, send me a yoke case, number really back one. Obi ba one shall make your lampard yoko case to yard you who was the part of the case and go that is how policy starts. It may say that you can prepare to meet for the physique count now. But they say system no man leak. And there are interested parties are upon his canal or many be I said, at the time when I say, where was the kind of get your court? There were politicians, there were AD officers, there were judicial service staff, there were people who supported what you made to get the entire judgment debt. And you know, let's be honest with the system. Now, you can't go now. When you're pushing everybody,
and yoko lawyers uni maybe omo abi amode de bia yoko
Mama will lead back.
Okay.
Takuya MP. Or your MPP ni MP. MPP ni MP. He did start with A. Our central region. Right. Our central region. Go and find Koyoko City. Who we are going investigation. Go find out. And now call financial crime office. Financial crime 2. Okwa. Finance. So you have them pan or tie Yoko cases. Arrest my case. Who this one? Who tell Papa we want to retire? Take a moi. Somebody take a moi. Former Yoko. Who be some Obama information?
So, woni lawyer ni woye MPP ni ofri oye central region.
Central region and you could spell what are there?
Ana ni dino si start with A. One of the debia financial yoko cases in Kwano di.
Jamaican. What I find out there. The cases, the cases are about 100 that. That means the yoko cases.
Since I want body in there, me kobo me hu kru no ba me fan to dia.
Me kru no ba because you kru pe na me pe. I say ko na ko ye investigation. For Yoko any court. There Yoko cases be a ba no. The evidence are there o. E court record o. Who go say why is that from particular layer? That wouldn't be educate be o. Who call property for you that? Then you will always be what? Property for the beer with the bone. The Obi first I think now for Boba. The name has been mentioned. They do tell me no. Who call property for you that? Then you the red light. I saw lawyers before. Timu. But let's be better. Anytime there, Obi be property for no. Now I am proud. Timu. Baku. Mienu. Miensa. Up to 20. It will now tell you that the property process are in league with me. I make all that there. Because in a property court case, one of as I see a court as I see number one. About be a pro, and then as I see Nippon for the land and rampa. Because that's it. I go to 20. I'm a signal. Then it means that nobody forces in this country, they have interest. And Lampa too is having some guilt. Either at the Lands Commission or the Lands Court or the Property Unit. And they will say, this lawyer name is appearing separately. It may go to Yoko and go and find out. We have about 13 of what lawyers are. Yoko case in and the case also about the freezing. What they are saying, freezing of account. I'm talking about how applications they could freeze them for account. And look at the speed at which I will apply. I will make application now. Within 2 days, they freeze it. It will tell you a thing that there are some cartels who are working in the dark until I'm leave.
I see. Now, yeah. But okay story now. And Chichimna so far bano a farm already JDA wing and can opinion or that a PP no. Na account na Ramatina mi do also no ye freezes account no. Sika see a woman no ukekesi nia and yes kaketo 41.5 million Ghana cedis. Our penny to me akwa but you see now it was for a period. Ramatina mi do freezy account for a period and a special prosecutor freezy for a period. And a brand so enti already no na lawyer for no court. And I'm catch a court to say idea wo ma freezy account for a period no time na so. Nti ene munye bibi fa na call say say on be kire special prosecutor na attorney general be kire adkonti a court no en na so a freezy account o ma ntimi aye na ye di freezy account no we ni sika 41.5 million Ghana cedis.
That is self says they are interested parties. Because who says a opponent a NDC ni depend on this current government will not allow this to happen. But the guy is an insider. The PPA boss no MPP depend. Currently no. Only MPP form omo system ni. Only MPP for omo start that case so match do fi hono. Lupo aba. And that on say almost a damn I didn't expire. And that the Saturday was I was trying to tell you into the Okra. Instead of system say I expire not never expire to be renewed.
Yeah.
If you need to go and renew it.
Yeah.
Because it can be moved to. It is that some will expire by court. Application for leave to renew the fresh application back. My Lord, I did not so it 2 years, but that I'm not the evidence of your plan. You go so, but the son has the renew application back. Now you renew the freezing orders now. It can be done. And because some people have interested in it, and we do. And so, Emma, to me, a coincidence. And the media, catch on say, if the government is interested, and the OBI said that, Jesus Christ, this man will never say a year. NDC and the second down. And now,
and think I'm fan say opuni, and can cocoa board penny opuni and Kabi and
Jesus Christ. Who will say the man is cano? And it never be one man. We say, I mean, never personalizing. I'm saying that the interested parties and the cronies looked on because it's one of their own. What are you talking about?
Ampa, Medasi and opinion, I mean, shop. Ramor Zampa and pay when you didn't come on, church in some way, in some way, and so dear my waka, one on no crack, obetimini na ya drink, open so untimin so and then I drink, but I drink chef. And so a bit me aboard media pa senior see hunibia and come on mini D wait media fire WhatsApp line of 050 372 174 050 372 174 need 100.9 Ghana Montie media suna no pay and net yawo ye me need to so edunkno me ne okwesi ABOAGYE medi hu chia me
koko beni ka because I'm not koko we won't go You go see. Coco Ben have a platform, you see. Hey, so the black I would have somebody. Come again, open all the platforms, free platforms to come. Hey, who go come here? Hey, Coco Ben, no. She said, who go grow Ghana and I show. Come on over the market.
And some of what you call bata, assume said don't change the maja, assume Ghana Montie adwuma so, a neat.
You get it? You don't get it, forget it.
And some of what you call bata, assume said don't change the maja, assume Ghana Montie adwuma so, a neat.
Neat 100.9 Ghana Montie City and a pay. Ya queen, come around. Coco Ben, no.
The brand Morris, oh, Bren, one can't and so woman.
Oh, say bread and bread, cabra. Mean to me can't. Now I'm sure how much me bread. One I catch us a bit. Oh, sure how much out bread. It will be out by no better traffic. Me, yes, no more year. Yeah, bread, yes, yeah, bread. But never bread as in say, okay, me bread, brabon me one, no, you understand. But bread, yeah, bread, yeah, near be an cabran, so brands and winner. Yeah, yeah. I know na entina no men can't just remember her. Yes, entina man can hear. But you say bia me breast okay abrabo no me the tare na wire na debi enya ne kwan so enya ne say.
Enti ya brepa nsa ne enya. Enya ne ize. Ya brepa.
Ya sere ya okoi.
Abakwasi anokra mpo no. Aye enkwansi a wo mu nya agro.
Me cry so banze na kokan we.
I tell you. But me akọ the whole day a gamma.
So you handle.
Easy o.
Obre.
Ya brepa.
Obre.
Ya bre.
Obre.
Ova kwesi ya bre.
Obre.
So time kura me de ye. Na ma jari bra obre bi nie.
Careful. Because power and wealth, money and influence has expiry date. I'm telling you. I have seen people in great power with wealth, access and influence.
Neat FM Neo.
Okay. Archbishop Duncan Williamson in the Messambo be Eddie Amamo, but my face here and I'm calling so Honorable Inusa Fuseni. Enkane na ono ye mrashibijeni Tamale Central. Enkane na oye minister lands and natural resources. Enkane na oye minister roads and highways. Na yankohe lands and natural resources. Oye swafwa watna sa ministry hopping. Na enkomwa ekoso eye Achimota Forest. Na I'm say 2013 na mampenyi dada John Mahama. Appointing them so of course our ministry honum say. If I'm correct on that one. And pay yanini nkomo na Achimota Forest nkomo ya abey. Yanyi ka kremfini hono say. Honorable yada simu akwa baba ni TFM so.
Kusa je mcheo na pomse zai.
Bako honorable na so e.
Hoye.
Na me kan say bam say 2013 I'm say call Ministry Lands and Natural Resources me wa.
Ainin.
Okay. So I'm say safi kuro no na beto dwa say omanpanyi dada John Mahama. Achimota Forest am say my executive approval be say yem fans asini bi fama eye owu family meboa.
Yes, my approval.
Okay. So my background na nyantia say because enkomo ikoso no ebi say o na nia MPP aban yi Achimota Forest ne ye de fa ne bi ade ma ebusua bi a eye nia Ora John Mahama omanpanyi dada bra na oye minister or sa ministry ono nhihia mu ye ye eno na ne MPP aban no ede ye adwuma eye no kore enti se mo
nye no kore
oh enti enyam na mo si ye mfa ma
no nye no kore two different things now mamen sha say emma wontie for enti asese Achimota Forest under colonial administration. Now,
Aban colonial government AG Achimota Forest any Achimota school no at the sea ho. Omo de kanji Achimota school. Now every say no mo here dua no mo fa nua duane. Omo koso in 1927.
Okay.
AG
Okay, so chi mu ne be kan eja no mu hi eja.
Eja.
No mo de be no aduane.
Eja. Okay. No don ya duane. So omo kwaso AG in 1927. Baby sesi a yefre Achimota Forest no. Simple sesi a eka na kane no the asase de omo gi as Achimota Forest. Ade Nuga Hill, unim sa hotel no. Nuga Hill hotel.
Yeah, mini ho.
It's the forest no pair. A part of the forest. All the buildings after Nuga Hill. Any call Fiesta Hotel. They were forest forest no.
Okay.
Now 2006 Omanpenyin for say every state business district, Accra business district no air congested no. Or for say on jury forest no go. Don't done this forest no into a second central business district. Into the Owu family petition President Kofo in 2006 say onfa asasano bi immo omo din kitahunsa up to 2008. That time no minister the Owu hono no din the honorable Estadaba okay.
Yeah.
Good. Omo signing a memorandum of understanding with the Owu family to release 193 acres to them.
193 acres.
Now the reason was that Owu family will say Omanji compensation. But yet the Eba office no, there were two file no, and then we went into it. Maybe office no, we went into it. Yeah, who say the 3 compensation Emma Owu family £4,000, 1921. Now, so you see, the NDC manifesto, you see the young Danny Achimota Forest into a central business district.
And Pacho, before I went to central business district, ni NDC for Nyamunya, no. Okay, about compensation now, say, Moshe and Krate, Muhu said, you tria compensation 1921. Edima Owu family £4,000, me boy.
Okay.
But your son now kind me boy. Okay. So uncheche mu so no wa me nyanti asese 1927. Your son jinsasi ni bi eka ho me boy.
Yes.
So at that time no enu ye tua compensation because in cheche mu bi say 90.
What's your compensation on all the land? The total the same package except that land no yet acquired on 2 different locations. The same package.
So why yentina yenya this issue about yentia compensation?
No, media me let them say your compensation, and they have insisted that government of Ghana actual compensation.
So yandi Owu family ne kabia in terms of compensation.
Kabia yandi omo kabia.
Okay. So we see NDC mobile mo yese mo de montane forest into central business district. Tisenya na omanpanyi kufu so person oye no. Yenti o.
Ani. Until you say you turn into an ecotourism facility. Say you will preserve forest no, but you won't say encroachment there a basso because a forest na daho. So people encroach into the forest. So the way to preserve and protect the forest no is to turn it into something, to turn the forest into something while maintaining the character of that area as a forest.
Diani ecotourism facility na iden.
Ecotourism facility is we will build the eco lodges. That will name team South Africa in the southern part of Africa. You have a forest. Now I see ecologists, which doesn't compromise the ecological integrity of the forest. Now I a theme park. Baby, nipa better me ako G omuni without disturbing the forest.
Okay.
So that's an ecotourism facility.
Okay.
You are doing it because of the ecological reasons. And then you have the trees. When you say arboretum, arboretum are different kinds of species of trees. Our forest. If you want to see some of those trees, you have to go to Etiwao. But they are just here in Achimota.
Okay.
So you need to preserve those trees for posterity. Achimota also, there's no place for relaxation. There's no place.
In fact, in Krahanum saying Krano, you said in your place.
So when you tell it in an eco-tourism facility, no, Sunday, Saturday, what we find with family, no alcohol. You see the birds, you see the lizards, you see the snakes, you see the lions.
And baby, to say Buri Gardens.
To say Buri Gardens. The same thing, Buri Gardens ecotourism facility. So that's good. Thank you so very much. So yeah, because we're going to turn into ecotourism facility, here more land. So we couldn't give 193 to based on the memorandum the Omutani. We couldn't give 193 until you're scaling it down to 118. So you're more 118 acres of the periphery of the forest. Because when you go forest no more, you change the character of the forest. The land was still land belonging to the forest reserve. Until when you sit down, which is not consistent with the details of protecting standards of protecting the forest. And I want to see anything. When to assassin in any juma that will juma they ever compromise the integrity of the forest.
Now you tia compensation more dada. Based on what na no mu bisa and you decide say ye more assassin binu based on what?
No, mu bisa. So in my letter I said on compassionate grounds. Because I would say
ehumobro.
Why? Because that's 1921. Na Ghana population you're saying. Na omu family na omu do saying. No omu osu. And so as the federal government acquired that vast tract of land, it somehow deprived the Owu family a natural resource.
I will pay them. I will pay them.
Yes, that's why we say compassionate grounds.
Okay.
That's why we say compassionate grounds, because we have no obligation to give them land. But we also realize that, yes, because we acquired all those land from them, we robbed them, we took away from them their ability to be able to look after the whole family. So even though we pay them compensation, that's 1921. But now the Omo family presently constituted, no. Omo, they probably they don't even know that compensation was paid to anybody. Okay, so the present family, no, we say, okay, so let's give them 118 on compassionate grounds. Just like Adanta Wallet, when we were converting it into a distance, the family had been paid. So we gave them part of the land on compassionate grounds.
And 118 acres and 2013, Mukase Modema Owu family, no.
Yes.
By about 90 acres, No,
me records and documents. So who we are, the woman who email. I can send you the description of the land. The records HSA 118. 118. Even that land was registered in September 2013 or so. And then the register land at the Land Commission. It has a land certificate. It has a folio number. So in fact, our family as a more transfer it title in the land. Edima going to be a friend of Abistec, any agri development bank.
2013, more de asasi 118 acres in the Dimao.
Yes.
Omodima companies, we see their ADB ni or
Abistec.
okay.
Omu title in the land had passed to Owu family. Owu family and so transfer title, and I know that Agri Development Bank and Abistec were also selling part of the land, but they could not enter the land because they say until the ecotourism facility is done, they can't go onto the land and develop it. Because Suru said they are more omutume to go onto the land, they will still encroach and then they will come with further demand.
All right, so baby Abeduni said, CCI, who said executive instrument 144 and I'm say 154 Biaba. Na teach you better Abontino, then headline no forest cessation of forest reserve instrument 2022 in a biso hey omanpenyin na ado dan kwekufo ado aton Achimota forest baby aba beduo ni uhu EI no assess TCC a ene nkomo na ekoso no de na beka fa ho.
First of all, the EI is problematic.
How ho?
How the Achimota forest no a buying forest. The effort say a juma bia ya shisha ho. So forest no forestry commission no mo so. They declassify no and I declassify sa assassino as a forest ever done public land. The public land no in your minister so.
So declassification which say yes sign adwin so CCI yem friend no and I can say Achimota forest and a forest reserve. Not just a man for the public land, sana person.
Yeah, a very public land. The character of the land will change. Ever done a public land. And so now the management of the land will be within the jurisdiction of the Lands Commission. Near the minister. That's why the EI is problematic. So it's even raising constitutional issues. Because the who assassin now say assassin a forest. Immediately you constitute it into a forest, the act says that the Forestry Commission must be responsible for the management and control of the forest. Immediately you declassify it and your forest view. But then a public land. A public land so the Constitution says the Lands Commission must be responsible for its management and control. So the problem with the EI is that they are constituting the minister to be the responsible for the use, determining the use of the land. But the Constitution is the Lands Commission.
There was an issue about the Constitution again.
The second thing is that when you declassify, you take it away from the Forestry Commission. So you can't manage the land wholesale. Like, Kanyano, Yadi Assassinoma Owu family for Yan declassify land no. So the land was still under the control of the Forestry Commission. So Forestry Commission number country what type and nature of buildings or development the open was assassin. Because you need to manage the developments together with the forest. So immediately you decouple the land from the Forest Commission, you create a conflict because they are no longer under obligation to develop the land consistent with the imperative of maintaining the ecological integrity of the forest.
Me pesa oboa me kakra o ha me metie for near TBBase. And this one me fa a statement that was put out by Occupy Ghana. Let me just quote portions of a statement, particularly I'm say or how I'm pesa oboa kakra na ye pesi nyanti ase no. And I quote, we note that Article 20 of the Constitution provides that the original owners of compulsorily acquired lands should be given the first option to acquire them when those lands are no longer required for the original purpose. We are also aware that the Supreme Court has held that provision does not apply to lands compulsorily acquired before the current Constitution came into force. Thus, Article 20 does not apply to the Achimota lands, and government is under no legal obligation to either return this or any such land or allow the original owners to exercise a first option to purchase. End of quote. So near Occupy Ghana for can say yes, you call Ghana constitution more. Article 20 no, it can be sir. Wojin sasia na say bia purpose a woji asase no e ba se wo sesa wa adwen se wo mfa anye se adwuma ni biom dia se wo pese wo ton ana wo de ma omo a udi kan hwe omo no the original owners a woji asase ni fi omo honum say. But the same Ghana mbre ya no Supreme Court akase sa mra no affected nsase a ye G before 1992 constitution no ye sase ye di adwuma. And since Achimota Forest in Sasi ye no 1921 no, which means no sa provision no affect no. Until ye bampo say ye bema asasia and bibia. And say people say okay, oh they are the original owners. So if there's anything you have to consider them first ni bibisa. Nia Occupy Ghana for okay, there now come.
Oh, almost a law. In under the 1992 constitution, the right to first refusal only applies to land that was acquired under this constitution. That alone no can. That the Supreme Court no can. The article 20 says the ABOAGYE assassia. Now one person won't use assassin for the purpose for which it was acquired. The right of first refusal resides in the original owners. So first of all, ABOAGYE never making proposal offer to the family, the OG assassin free or an stool and skin, the OG assassin or say, oh, so see, I mean, fast assassin, you must be anti the more sika, more from the second brand, Namunji, young for second brand, Namunji, and more assassin. The right of that's what we call the right of first refusal. The Supreme Court says that right of first refusal does not extend beyond the 1992 Constitution. So under the previous arrangement, all lands that were acquired up to the inception of the 1992 Constitution, original owners of the land have no right of first refusal.
Okay, yeah, argument is so because the original owners if there's anything a buying farmer
no.
Young has our provision.
The Supreme Court says no.
Okay. Okay. So CCR all come about as it stands, the EI no problematic kwanya faso yaya no ni eka ho. So way forward pa na saying because again e be crack I said ensasi we peripheral di adio acres no cry ye de ma ebusia owu family on compassionate grounds say na ocheche mu no. Nan can say yes ade no cry. We shouldn't have done it.
So that is why it's a compassionate ground. It's not on legal grounds. It's not because they had a right to it. It's not because they have. It's just morally you are going to use land, and then land no who acknowledge say, oh, we no more on the. You also acknowledge say, oh, well, because the land was acquired in 1921, 1927, no, when the family was just a small family, no, they almost also the family has an obligation to provide for places of accommodation. Or if the original owners of the land had decided that they won't sell the land to Achimota Forest, Achimota, the government for Achimota School, probably Achimota School will not be where it is today. And Achimota School has produced a lot of people because the family made that tremendous sacrifice. So you say, okay, so we are going to develop the land. It won't compromise what we are going to do. So that's compassionate ground. Or they have a right to the land. No. Even in the letter and the leases that was given to our family, no, that word was used. In my letter to the Forestry Commission, that word was used.
And you say, I am wow, and I buy a car, would you come because Munamu sa compassionate grounds? Honorable University of
No. Yeah, my 100. I say there are two different things. Yeah, my 108. Yeah, my 361.54. When you come and say that, and this is a binder or mutual and so. No. What is the basis of the increase of the 118 to 361?
So if they also argue, say, based on compassionate grounds.
Well, they should argue that way, but they should say it's NDC. They should say it's NDC. We didn't give. NDC did not give 361. NDC actually reduced the number of acres that was agreed between the Akufo government and the Owu family.
And Timumuti fee 193, now we buy 118.
18. So they shouldn't come and say that, oh, NDC is 180. No, it's wrong. That is why I disagree. But if they say, oh, we're also giving them the land on compassionate ground, we're giving them 245 acres more on compassionate grounds, well, let the people of Ghana judge. Because they are not going to use the land for anything. Then another Kufado has not told us that it's going to be a theme park. He's not told us what he's going to use the Achimota Forest for. We wanted to use the Achimota Forest as an ecotourism facility. So we needed the land. If they think that they don't need the land for anything, or in Jurugu Forest now, they should say so. They should be bold to say so and not tell lies on NDC.
So, I don't need.
Why can't they be bold to say that, well, we, until you decided to say, the 245 acres back on. Say that.
So,
just say that, simple.
So, Honorable ABOAGYE na Paul Tumfutrefu Egugana for any so, or catch a said, nya NDC funds say, no happen almost mudisuna. And you're correct.
I'm saying that, it's happened a year. It's happened a year. You see, the Achimota Forest Reserve ever done ecotourism. And no more, you know. You see, you the 118 acres, Ebama Owu family. You the more omudada, omo register, omo transfer his title in the property. And no more, you know. And this Ankan will be Biasa, you the 361.5 acres, Ebama Owu family. Yankasa. So if you come into office and think that you will double or triple the land that we give to the Owu family, say that Omunkasa, Yebama Owu family no more than the NDC gave. And that is you are in government. That is what Omo 2 minutes and 1 year, sir. But don't put it on NDC. Why can't they be bold and courageous? When we're given 118, you think that it was just on a silver platter? Civil society, people came to us to ask why. Then we explained. We stood our grounds and explained. We didn't blame Kufo. Now what to say? I can say Kufo Bama 193, reduced to 218. That cannot be a justification. That's ridiculous. So they should stand their ground and explain to people of Ghana and not blame it on NDC. They were the NDC here. We wanted to change it to an ecotourism facility. I don't know what you're on.
So
sometimes it can be nauseating.
Yes,
because you can't. You know, you have to take a decision to add 245 acres to the original 118 that we gave to the Owu family. Then instead of standing your grounds and say, "Oh, yeah, you did give more 245 account," and this is why we are doing it. You are blaming the NDC for why? Why do you have to justify what you are doing on the basis of NDC? Yeah, 118. Did we justify it on the basis of Kufo doing 193? We didn't. We didn't even say that before Kufo started the discussion. Yeah. We didn't even say that. So that is our government. That is being accountable. That's being responsible. When you take a decision and you are convinced in the usefulness of the decision and the benefit of the decision for the general good of the country, stand by it and explain to the people.
Okay. Now, it's interesting. I mean, and here some of the headlines are that came out. Bra, EIE Beto Abonting say Achimota Forest is being sold or has been sold. Now, I mean, the minister has to now come out and clarify, say it's not being sold. And I was just digging into archives, some of the stories or headlines some of the story that came out in 2013. There's one that I was just reading here that also says Achimota Forest has not been sold. And this is you explaining to newsmen or journalists that Achimota Forest has not been sold in their account. And we are back to that same point again.
Yeah, so that's when they so just like I told you, Kosabaji said, when we took the decision, we have to engage the people and explain to them, yeah. We have to. So if you have to engage the people, it's not an easy decision. And then you have told me that we shouldn't. People are saying that we shouldn't have even given them anything on compulsory ground. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, so we have to face it. That's what I'm just calling on the MPP to do. You don't blame somebody for your woes. You take the bull by the horn and explain. Because who policy no. Why are they not talking about ecotourism?
So ecotourism park no na Accra Eco Park no. Dientina besina yentimi enya no. Why? What's the problem?
When they came, that's the first thing they said they don't believe in it. They stopped it.
And she said, I can capital the group.
More stop it.
Said the entia.
They don't believe in ecotourism.
MPP for
Meanwhile, they are planting trees across the country. For me, I'm not surprised. And if your mama didn't call Minister of Lands and Natural Resources on themselves, me an environmentalist. I believe in them because I had done natural resource law. So that's why when they were going to Itiwa, I was one of the voices that opposed Itiwa. Under His Excellency John Dramani Mama, I opposed Itiwa. I said we can't give Itiwa out because it's a globally significant biodiversity area under the UNESCO.
Look at you.
And so me, as minister, there's no way they could give Itiwa. Because the lungs of the country, just like Achimota Forest, the lungs of the area. Who destroy Achimota Forest today, you will see how Accra will be hot.
Now, minim my just briefly, sir, I can capital. And she said, no, not saying.
Oh, minister, no, she said.
No, but I just, why Accra because.
My policy, the policy of government then, which I was pursuing, and changing Achimota Forest into an ecotourism facility to be known as Achimota Eco Park. So I said, look, we will need lodges that are eco-friendly. The public already has access to the forest to conduct check service. And they will continue to come there because of the trees and the serenity of the area. And see, when developing the eco-tourism facility, a theme park, where people can go and sit down, relax, look at the horses, maybe ride, the skates, and then also do a place where people can go and worship. You go to one day big conference halls, they can go inside and worship. And then do eco lodges in the forest. You do lodges like huts, which are eco lodges. Then when somebody who is in love with nature can go and sleep there. So that was how the park was to be.
Okay. And Pacho, kindly bear with us. Mimbisa bear few questions because you're a TRCA. Abai Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Ura Abujina Pochechim, there's a particular English word that he kept using. Declassifying. Executive instrument, the Ababa Tujai, near the purpose, and say they are declassifying that portion of a forest, Enka Yade and a peripheral, Omode Ma Owu family, no. That is what this whole EI is about. So it creates the impression say more de 118 acres no de ma Owu family no. 1 year executive instrument bia would declare.
You didn't need to declassify anything. So again, that is a departure. You didn't need to declassify anything. It's part of the forest commercial land. Now, Bissau, Noga Hill, who named Noga Hill?
Yeah.
One with EI on Noga Hill.
Debbie.
Who Jimpa? One who Jimpa? My country was a Jimpa, nay, forest commission. Nay, Achimota Forest. No. One with EI declassifying Achimota Forest for the purposes of building Jimpa. One was EI.
Debbie.
Oh, so what are they talking about? I mean, they shouldn't throw that in our eyes. They shouldn't throw that in our eyes. So to be able, let me tell you that what they have just simply done. were born with some level of intelligence. To be able to add more acres to what we had given to the Owu family, they went for declassify. Let's declassify. And in declassifying, let's get that large area. That's simply what they have done. So because they couldn't go back, the acres that we gave to Owu family, 118, has been registered at the Lands Commission. It has a land title certificate.
And it's a crater or hold that. And now say Omudi, and now say Omudi Bima, ADB ni IBSTEC.
ADB IBSTEC. So to see a lot of ADB IBSTEC Omudin. And I know that what I want to Agri Development Bank, any ADB, any IBSTEC, Nipa. They can not only develop because we said they can't develop until we do the ecotourism facility.
Okay. So ABC, when you know it is because politicians, one more by MPP for yano. Sans see because of my increasing acreage, no, because no. They are going to benefit from it in your kaka, meaning what you've picked on the ground.
I'm just saying that they needed what they need land. And then the way to get the land is to increase, to go and say that we're going to gazette the land. To go and say that.
No much ammo.
So they're gazetting the land. They have gazetted. So say Vivian Sears, that land, 245 acres. I got 108 in the hole. So what are they going? Where is it going to? Where is it? 245 or thereabouts, no.
So we and someone Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, some cheche Ghana for mu.
Yes.
Say almost say near decline. Mahama in Siseye, omoye, and no modi ye juma.
Say, ABOAGYE, let's come back to Rule 101. In the NDC year, NDC manifesto in 2012, 2012 manifesto of the NDC. Now we're on lands and natural resources. Ubahu ecotourism facility. Ubahu Akimata Eco Park. And Abujinapo Upper Country, you got a phone, you say, Omudi NDC 2012 manifesto to Chirana. And that's how officer on Kana. And in pursuance of that policy, no, you see, you have a high view of 118 acres of the Achimota forest lying with outside the Achimota forest in the periphery at the Ama Owu family no, on compassionate ground. 118 in the Edima, 118 on Modichirana. 118 in Chiriana. So this you can see clearly that they are doing their own thing.
Okay, final question. At the time now, 118. Mutons are seen be Musumuchi be mamu. And this for maybe if we go into Yako Shisha Musisia, and Yadi Behu NDC appointee be said.
Go and look into it. If NDC appointees or people have land, they bought it. And I can't vouch for it. But I'm telling you that 108 Nina, Yedima Owu family, no, Omudima, ABSTEC, any Agri Development Bank. So, NDC, Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, at no point did I have discussions with ABSTEC and Agri Development Bank. Owu family, no, Eddie, assassinating ABSTEC, no. How was I supposed to go and get land from the ABSTEC? Because I knew more here,
okay, all right. I better ask you, Honorable Hussein.
And that's it.
All right. Honorable Inusa Husseini, Enkane, Swafu Anowo, Lands and Natural Resources. Honum say, and Ura Abujinapo, Ewono. Anope, Tenetimao. Achimota and Sasi. Any politicians come with their faso. I was saying.
Ghana, Montie, Naman Sanyason,
Adawuro Kofi Aman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All this bo, Kasia bo, Kowaka Tamunsa, Amaya se, Kasia Waye,
Onye Yimu, no Cretrodo, Kagame Kamadini Bo,
Nita Fe,
Mayentie, Kasia Waji 100.9,
Kwesi Monkwe.
Utie oha echi ponkno. Needs FM.
I bet you thought you've seen it all. You must have thought you've watched it all. Gomorrah is a new exciting series about the conflict that rises between the wealthy and the poor. Watch Gomorrah exclusively on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 150, Go TV channel 101, and Aquaba Magic Ebusian DSTV channel 149 and Go TV channel 108. With as little as 50 Ghana cedis on DSTV access and 25 Ghana cedis on Go TV value. Gomorrah. Emre Dane.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe.
Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know?
Natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Utie oha echi ponkno. Needs FM.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All this bo, Kasia bo, Kowaka Tamunsa, Amaya se.
Onye Yimu, no Cretrodo, Kagame Kamadini Bo,
Targeted instrument EI 144 Forest Cessation of Forest Reserve Instrument 2022. Paragraph 1 states cessation of forest reserve. The land specified in a schedule to this instrument shall cease to be a forest reserve on the first day of May 2022. So what paragraph 1 seeks to do is that the portion of land which is not being used as a forest reserve and which is not the Achimota forest as we all know it, ceases to be a forest reserve, so that the Owu family who were granted leases in 2013 and who had registered the lease in their name can have legal title to those portions of land which were granted to them in 2013. So in actual fact, in substance, in practice, by all intents and purposes, the Owu family had acquired some legal interest in this portion of land as far back as 2013. It was just so that the 1930 instrument would be amended to declassify that portion as a forest reserve. And because we wanted to protect our Achimota forest, Ghana's Achimota forest, the government of Ghana and President Akufo-Addo's government insisted on paragraph 3 of EI 144 and said its title, Protection of the Ecological Integrity of an Adjoining Forest Reserve. And the paragraph 3 reads, and with your permission, it says 3.1 says, despite paragraph 1, which is the paragraph I've just spoken to, a person shall not A, take possession of, or B, carry out any physical development on the land specified in the schedule, which is the land which is not part of Achimota forest properly so called, or the land which has been granted to the Owu family, without the prior approval of the minister, in this case the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, acting on the recommendation of the Forestry Commission. And 2, the minister shall not approve any development on the land specified in the schedule unless the minister is satisfied that the development A is in accordance with the master plan developed by the District Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority and approved by the minister, and B does not adversely affect the ecological integrity of an adjoining forest reserve. In other words, even whilst we are granting them this land, which doesn't form part of Achimota Forest properly so-called or currently constituted, we put in this clause just so that the development of this peripheral land does not compromise the Achimota Forest. So we don't wake up one day and we find development in Achimota Forest. That is why we insisted on putting this clause in EI 144. And I'm happy to divulge this. It took a lot of negotiations and a lot of back and forth. But we insisted that this clause 3, paragraph 3, be inserted in EI 144 so that the Achimota Forest is protected. We didn't end there. Once you amended the 1930 instrument, which is the July 17, 1930 instrument, once you amended it, by legal implication, the part of the 1930 or 1927 acquisition, which does not form part of the schedule of EI 144, automatically continue to be a forest reserve. So in actual fact, you don't need any further legislation or promulgation for the other part, which doesn't form the schedule of EI 144, to continue to be a forest reserve. But we went a step further to promulgate another EI on the back of EI 144. Strangely, that EI was concealed, and I'm putting it out today. The EI is titled Executive Instrument EI 154, Forest, Achimota Firewood Plantation Forest Reserve Amendment Instrument 2022. That's the Achimota Forest Instrument. EI 154, Forest, Achimota Firewood Plantation Forest Reserve Amendment Instrument 2022. And with your permission, with your kind permission, I think it will serve the country a lot of good for the purposes of transparency for me to read this EI 154 verbatim. It's not so long. Whereas under Section 2 of the Forest Act 1927, Cap 157, the President may constitute an area of land as a forest reserve. Whereas under the Forest, Achimota Firewood Plantation Forest Reserve Order 1930, Order number 31 of 1930, issued pursuant to Section 2 of the Forest Act 1927, Cap 157, the government constituted a parcel of land containing an approximate area of 1,000 acres or 479 hectares as a forest reserve. Whereas following a petition submitted to the office of the President, the then President John Dramani Mahama on 5th September 2013 gave executive approval for the conversion of a portion of the forest reserve into an ecotourism facility and the release of the peripheral portions of the forest reserve which have been adversely impacted by human activities to the old family, the owners of the land before the acquisition of the land for use as a forest reserve. Whereas the President of the Republic is satisfied that the remaining portion of the land specified in the schedule should remain as a forest reserve, and whereas the President of the Republic is satisfied that the ecological integrity of the land specified in the schedule should be protected. Now, therefore, in exercise of the power conferred on the President by Section 2 of the Forest Act 1927, Cap 157, this instrument is made this 21st day of April 2022, titled Declaration of Land Remaining as Forest Reserve. Paragraph 1. The land specified in the schedule to this instrument is declared to remain as a forest reserve, as Achimota Forest. Protection of the ecological integrity of land remaining as forest reserve. 2. Paragraph 2. A person shall not carry out any physical development on any adjoining land that is likely to adversely affect the ecological integrity of the land specified in the schedule. Signed, Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. So EI 154, we went a step further for the avoidance of doubt to reaffirm that the Achimota Forest remains a forest reserve. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, if you take a look at the requests I made of the President of the Republic for an executive instrument, I did indicate in the final paragraph, in order to motivate the discretion of the President to give approval for us to proceed as we've done, I did indicate, and I quote, the ministry intends to develop the forest into an ecotourism park along the likes of Central Park in New York or Hyde Park in London, end quote. So by all intents and purposes, ab initio, we always intended to rather upgrade the Achimota forest into a forest reserve which is fit for purpose, which is befitting of Accra as a capital of our country. Achimota forest has not been sold, it's not been compromised, it will not be sold, it remains as it is. We will continue to reforest the Achimota forest, and God willing, we intend to develop the Achimota forest into a true forest reserve which will serve Accra and the people of Ghana. I thank you for your attention.
Well, yes, MONTIE, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, ABOAGYE upon our tis or Sabrofo. In some be other 2 years, ni mochi mu anope ni abobi ediamamui. Former Member of Parliament for Tamale Central, former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Minister of Sini so about Chichimu. Yan koso kwabna kami ho anope ye di djuma no kwabna. Dia hina de oni de bokrata no. Chronicle. Okay, you.
Ayo. Abusuafo baby amitina wa the chronicle de bokrata mi. Achimota forest asam no anu wa de Mike Hammer. Woman recount to go back the NDC for ye and in the MPP for so aye ni sisi na the amede to us be aye
Monsieur Ona we ma yani Manase Azuri eni nkomo kakra na se owura ejeni mboate ne je enka ne opinion na oda PP ano na asem aba ene yedi hu nkomo yi nhwehwemu e course so ama na edin da so say contract for sale sentweni a wo yes documentary ye nhwehwemu yi enyina ye Manase Azuri ye ne no ni nkomo Manase da se mu akwa baba NIT FM so anope.
It's made a mass, say mama me akwanye.
So na me kan wo baby me hu say wo say when you agipa when you so say aye contract for sale ankwa ankoye ti say nhwemu bi aba be senko na bonsa aye se katasu mu aso na che say onto ho hwe we se ne si ko no when you agi ho pa sa na wo kan no
No cre so sha if you are 60 senior man penny akufuado into me sa ifisheni ko juma eba ya na otuana mo within 2 days was suspended ejeni mboate eji and o ka say Raj and a special promotion Raj adi omo hwemba ya omo so sa for idea near 1 year and sese what na hobie man penny to one among a year. On year 50 and also why Office of the Special Prosecutor and who echo banks and sent Yamama Namido resign, but Omo Akoswa Jumadia as a case, Ama and a Christy as a Dibia. And you send all kind of cases maybe of how we are. So I don't see Anka a bit near for court of but telephone and DHC. And to send away a CR coin, the emissary and can keep this na a costa and some trouble for any budget.
So nya can kind of chess special prosecutor the bay do bay dunson and or diabono. Minim si when you bread with me who do dunson no officials. When you saw senior can say bia when you when you koi kwadu ne edi abono no anabia officio da bi mehwe kresua enka ese kwadu no kra adofso sinse so far no no mo aye special prosecutor tui ene kwadu aye di aboni ne criminal charges case ya eba be sha asie se bosumi May ne that also aduonu num 25th May Senate with the count of charges e di egunusu.
Well, many lawyer and ban accounts now been to me and can want to be brave. Now, mommy, I met me. I can say, in case, you know, and I mean, my dance here so a barbon thing. And see, me share counts, you know, the particulars of offense. You really say, I are there, I cover, yeah, I want documentary, you know. I said, my quana means that here, Kakra. Special prosecutor and I said for almost 50 pounds on account more shrine and so can you your friend no say you decide to find out fast when you say can I share cash go on account more
know your mind, no structure and sunny. But push accounts now, as a quite ready board now. That's the canon and I say unexplained wealth, no. May we do and see, me who say, and only a Bianca may share in him say, yeah, this and it's quite a bonus. But me decide now, some I make see and say, oh, and yes, too late. Because you share a Shimona, the donor, and that's so costly. And so far, near one more, I hear which me I can say, I cover issues and I sense some I want documentary, and as I dance here, yes, me and ya, I will over a J and na contact I have friend of Francis Ahmed. I am fast so a J contract no more Antonia Deno.
Na me baso ebusa ye Francis Kweku Ahin na konta nso se eto sen weni aso eno nso so se kwadui ana so wakọ akogina court criminal trial enye se wono nkwa ura ejeni mboate eje but ye de na konta nso aka hwen eno nso hu ni se ne kwan so ya sempa.
So a company now womote ya ye friend Talent Discovery Limited. Now womote a buy contract or more ton. That company no share one man for the former Dano. Ejeni mboate eje and na kontano or more and a company a yomodia. And see, we who say, Niquam no say, Yadio Mumino, and the question Dibia say, or Munko Yano.
Na since I wona hwehwemu yi ne kofare bari na friwi minim ayembia no wenya krata bi se ye behia emu aba be di adanse ye se na tie wo honum se and se mpo no eba se bi se okodi adanse a waye krado se yes wo beko na wakọ akọboa with adanse die.
Eno de idea se wona enamo soma asem ne ba ya edu why be frel mean to me and can say almost me amenko and I wish on your first time a league about cases say a friend of for court could ya dance any identity almost family a idea echo
ba kwa ya kan ebia be ne betwa to ana bibisa say openi nisike bia na da na account okenkan ya si be 41.5 million Ghana cedis. Na ora matina me dubra no wo special prosecutor no the tabon to so chese we freeze account no wontimi nkonko yi sika yi nanso ye CCC aye ka sei opani etimi akwa yi ni sika woti sa asem yi si wetimi yi sika 41.5 million Ghana cedis ni na efi na account mi sen na woje no sen na eyo
me phone say obi ekodaye na omo asade post. Na me bisa mono na moya amenya ye ne say what the South freezing order is to be account so a osom dum ye no anasa fe ba ko na expire and in that sense within that period now so me charge time no now what charge na particular offenses say na charge na CCA there and freezing order no ebeko so aye djuma na bosom dumie no ebana wan fa kwadu bia mona obetimi akwasende bia ho akasi yi that freezing order no say na bia obetimi de nsa aka ne sika ya yi say special prosecutor office my name the was on September man resign and within that period no man to me an yen hwehwemu an charge no and no so kwadan chan ya wo institution be Financial Intelligence Center. Also, and commit midday using order be craft so say be as want to mean this key. At the name Financial Intelligence Center and to me and this age now ye share interest you be and Financial Intelligence Center one more night also say Canada account we here more saying special prosecutor. If you say a ABOAGYE so be Eco Bank, so the security of 2 account to say bank and share that cash, you must say financial intelligence center amane say that then sika ya na eba na account mu ni but then sika abeto na account mu say sustain ya etaba no enye check nso ye tua ye a ebetimi edi cash and the FIC ho tu mi say nkomo ye hwehwem kura ansa na hwehwem na men ko ye no kura ba bonte if you asama ye bisa ne say emra na sika ebeda papa ya account mu banks no ebo FIC amane na so mo kan ya then FIC e ya pa ho na the banks so e di sika nyina a mo FIC amane a and then and FIC e afa ho enti it means FIC and idea Yoko because Raj Eka said Yoko is aspect of the case, no? And see, as somebody said, then Yoko and FIC the special prosecutor speaking on the expire, and then on my file one, the pay it's me for a clear account in
Attorney General, the Nyadi are in for him.
Attorney General, one more, it can more be also more yet. But the one shares an investigation by a course, Raj, you who starts to cano. O can Raj report almost say, I was Yoko and a different Juma. That aspect of the case, no. And the Shraj about Yoko do. Now, FIC so for the also with this can and sana investigation and the Koye you grab about it. It's so much to me. Young fan is a bank now more money. Now so much me and 2 more. And man, should be by echo by the start to carry an account to me. And then an amount and a month to a pound. There's somebody or what? It's a special prosecutor's office. Yoko and FIC. But in the special prosecutor, it's one among the resignation of Martin Amijo, a buyer, no, affecting, you know. Because when you answer, or to see a Jabin, ever take it over. And Tiamna, you can only office as special prosecutor.
Okay. But generally, as you say, are you satisfied? Are you happy? I'm saying, 2019 now, yeah, me boy. And 2 years in here, Fina, I say, ye who bribino, and Yadia who say, a conya dodo.
Conya, because I share, if you show one, maybe now, for so many years, and I'm years, you should be. Now, we are buying a Juma cool to say, I want to me. Special prosecutor, Yoko, Raj. Only shame I will say to me contempt saying for because who will to me I'll be to me after the pan say next week 7 o'clock. Then every yano. So yes, I'm training I only start to me no. It's me answer all pay interviewer one more time one more so making I can see in the next month and after next 2 weeks. And to be true say if you and Sana Casey air court, you know. And say, I check. Now, Yanni is a better late than never. And see, the course I training with the process never could ye. Now, the Diano Crea one at the end of the day, no. Fortunately, I can say, wait the end, now, woman, we are saying, now, your kids never see.
Indulge me, Nami, one final question. And come on, pay many Mrenimni Morsampa D on this same rap, Ejenim Boatineje. And all can be said, Ghana Hanum say, baby, Edunu, say, Itiminyam Rebia, specifically law on unexplained wealth. Yenya Bibisa, the bit me up Wapa Momano, yes, Piasia Tia corruption. Ya is serious pass, Piasia Kuntia corruption. I see Yenya Bibisa. Why didn't you?
So many no yard because my mind be to me it took it as the share project as no Sam ran in ejuma into your toda a nisa obisika yera and say a bisao we are some training. Now, what's the Trasaku? Some sponsor in the kitchen. Now, which you Range Rover. It makes me ask for so, bra, that the yano. Now, but also, apart from the century, you might have me, or your business, dear me. Now, you can say that the bar and no one and the day it's me up for dying, extreme Range Rover and me cars, you want. Which I say that you're saying, yeah, a better so. Now, but no, be last na yɛhwɛ ìjàpàdé a wowɔ ɛne ɔbrɛ a wobɔ sika a wonya no yɛbɔ abere a n'ano bɛtumi ewedi ɛnti mehu ne sɛ saa mmara no yɛ mmara bi a wɔn de ba ɛbɛboa obiara na sɛnea aborɔfo ka no people will live within their means because ɛtɔ da it make us sɛ obi ɔwɔ sika sɛ ni ade na some of more kind of na business or me or share and ya dey betumi ato saa ejapade no na mmo so that ukoka say na usika ira but ye hwe amayaman ni bia obi sika ira nse ye hwehwem wotumi talk card wotumi sit down bi ye bia hwe wa bisa unya sika no wo he also ya no wan ya no a I was say aban ensa etumi kasa ejapade no etumi ne ya adwe.
Okay, that's Manasseh. I'm sure.
Amen.
Right. Manasseh Azuri winning ANS and training and paying it didn't come on. Ura AJ Boatine J and can opinion or that public procurement authority and Nadia Nasem da Pasuya ya hui Shimu wakoye na edidimu man penny suspending ye uni free ni dibre as the chief executive of a public procurement a honor saying na ene didi mu special prosecutor de ko adu abono wo kwa court wo kwa akogina court to say nsem ba akomi ani bo asese otimi yi ano usumi me ya ne de to so aduonu num enye ono nko a na konta enso ka no ho a ye friend Francis Ahin wo mum yenu e kwa akogina court anope enkomo no bi no
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Miniama for has saying back in kind year and 70 video my back. Abraham Mr. I need you more. My main brain kakra kind comments ni bi atemu. Okuro Yeboah, Breman Beni was say it will serve Mr. Mahama's right if he stops talking about the happenings in this country because the worst happened under his leadership as president of Ghana. A government that has spent over 200 million Ghana cedis on greening Ghana is depleting the only green belt left in Accra, Sado. That is Akwesi Kisi, Gomwa and Crime. And or the fee and or the buy. Fighter Tofik Kaswa 94 says, good morning. Inflation has gone up, no doubt about that. As we all know, the world is not in normal times by the strike of COVID-19 and the recent Russia-Ukraine war. Let's support the government to rebuild a better economy for us all. Fighter Tofik and or the way the buy. The timely intervention by the Lands and Natural Resources Minister, Honorable Jinapo, is to dispel the lies by people on the Achimota Forest issue is worth commending. It is really unfortunate that people nowadays disregard soliciting for information before going to social media to tell lies. That's Kwesi Reynolds, Edifi Aguna Odobin, Enodi Edebaye. Ogu Wuli. The government of President Oguli says the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has put in a lot of effort to turn things around from what the situation used to be at the time we came into office. We had only one mission: we stop the decline and make things better. Well, Oguli with that one. Somebody tell that man to stop infuriating the nurses. They are talking about posting, and that's the issue. This man is certainly not an MPP communicator. Master, your message, did you type it yesterday? That you're still sending it to me? Oh. NDC and propaganda would never see better in I mean to you, the bankrata na echi masankin can be the amateur for. Mean to you.
Abusuafo de amede be ya Ghanaian Times katafa to so dunsia. And what I say CSIR. Womu asasi bi ayetima womu wadanta frafra ha. Enu wo Adanta municipality or Greater Accra region. Asase no kura 1,000 acres. Me no ka say Langa sefoɔ aden kakra nkra estate developers wɔn gyins ase no wɔn guso oje na nsase no that is 200 acres a ɛyɛ CSIR foɔ dia no wɔn ani ba wɔn ho so no na wɔn construct adan ne properties bɛsɛ 120 ɛwɔ so na wɔn nsa dan wɔn nkɔfo property and one so amuguswa and crutch woman says ye, and to a monsra bansa na dawurma. CSIR 4,000 acres in our G, our danta frafrahano, and crutches guswa woman crutch, and woman bed the properties by 120 or so. Tabaya and set no uncle Pam South for them woman down to a moodia, and yanka crankra, woman and sassing in our abosu. Campaigning another danko kufuado ha wakasa and what says is here and the dantone I said the niane bo kwasro wa Ghana dwaso titru pa de wati ya ne yemsini ya bro said ye bro pa bag baby anegina ya ene bro bo apeja kwasro no campaigning se ne yemase no pa asada to krampo ayo soya beans no na said the soya beans bo ate mampani so ate no se puei adi asem na ekoswe so ya beans buon so baby a egura kwa akogina no in fact ade bia oda wonna annual conference Academy of Africa Business and Development University of Professional Studies Legon andra na mampani di asemi atuja and what I say portrait farmers so the same thing womu nyina tie mu se womu nya anuane mfa mu womu nkokɔ no enti enne se nkosiabo ekosoro enkokɔ ni nyina abo nso ekosoro pampani se enyu obi na aye bibie ono kura ne nani da kwan se ye ba ba craft fertilizer bebre de afri Ukraine yaba enu obi anto anka asoro anso yi a entukɔ asi wɔ Russia ne Ukraine fo ntem aba ba se bibia enti fertilizer anka tsase ba na kuafo nya bi edigu wɔ no ba ase na nka nuane ba bebre no isi ani nyina akwa ye problem enti mampani so osra Ghana fo se ya nyina ya mia ye nin kakra nkra na watidi se entokwa no beta no na sa ha nyina eni wo biye enti for now de anya se bi esu a Yesu no wante ye wate oye worried enuane buo se de esi kɔ no oda wonna but nkakra nkra wonim se ye nyina ye ho ebeto ye enti for now de Yemia ya batim, a yawrade pa, ya best smile, time to come. Now the Boca time a day at Wasi, I had the Boca time friend say uncle. What the Abacata fatos in what I say, ECG, managing director, Yaboni Dean for Frocra say, one concoction and one confant to your papa ma wonum. I have somewhere to be Masabil Mahama. What would I do one when I work as senator said Debbie. This man there am penocra. At say, way, and ye and then a Tumano cry or Baba no cry when said Nimusu, and to work as senator as one Basra binds and a dauruma. That would have somewhere to big Masabil Mahama Noa. What did Nabasa ECG new managing director and India? One my fanon call a science woman penocra. Omu resan ko bebo nipa foforo din but nipa a wode na be die wɔn srama mpanin sɛ n'adahoroma edi ntwaye kura wɔn mpɛ no na teli dispatch de bɔ krataa no ɛde aba kratafa ɛtɔ so edumiɛnsa hɔ yɛfrɛ no james gyati kwesi na wɔyɛ kane mmarahyɛ bɛtani ma ade hyɛ wɔ ase nɔf ɛna supreme court yes wɔntumi mfrɛ no ho mmarahyɛ bɛtani bio na sisi a aside no yɛasa de soboɔ foforɔ ato no so ɛyɛ force statutory declaration maame nti so bie mu yɛse deɛ de ato no so no yɛ force statutory declaration yɛ a contravention statutory declaration pedri ɛna force declaration for office na saa nsɛm bebrebe yɛ a yɛde ato owura yi so yi yɛde ne kɔ court ne akɔ akɔdi n'asɛm sɛ ɛbɔ no deɛ a wɔn mu sɛta yɛ criminal charge sɛ criminal charge wɔntumi anyi ne ho ano yie ɛwɔ court wɔnom ne yɛ kɔbisa ne sɛ adanti na awo ɛbrɛ a wokɔ akɔfareɛ na wonyɛ Ghanani na wotumi hwɛ nyame anim a ɛfaale sɛ woyɛ Ghanani sɛ wɔntumi anya nyano papa bi amfa mo ɔman no deɛ a ɛneɛ definitely na wɔkɔ akɔda afiase na wɔne aban akɔ akɔdi na mmom so wɔtumi nya nyano papa de ma ɔman no deɛ a ɛneɛ definitely ɛno nso wɔbɛsa akɔ fie akɔ akɔgye n'ahome wɔbɛsa akɔdi ne mmarahyɛ bɛgyani bie mu a ɛneɛ kwan ne n'anim but wɔntumi anya saa nso deɛ a ɛnyɛ adeɛ a wɔn de ne ho ɛbɛkyɛ no na owura yi yɛfrɛ no Evans Nimaako ɛna mmeranteɛ ne mmabunu bi a wɔn yɛ concern MPP youth awɔnwi constituency ɛna wɔn kata party executives ne mpanimfoɔ ɛda no sɛ wɔn ankasa nkyerɛ Evans Nimaako ɛna owura bi a yɛfrɛ no sɛ wɔne yɛ regional chairman owura William Benjamin Esha national director research and election Evans Nimaako a ɛso wɔn nsa so wɔn mu ade wɔn de bɛyɛ wɔn kura no wɔn ani nye ho ɛkyerɛ sɛ nneɛma bi kɔ so wɔ abatoɔ no mpɛsua so a ɛnya koraa nanso saa mpanimfoɔ mmienu ɛna ɛhyɛ takra wɔ gyam ɛma wɔn yɛ nkɔfoɔ yɛdiom ɛma wɔn bu mmara no kɔn ɛyɛ ade a ɛnsa mfata nti so wɔn ankasa nkyerɛ owura yi na sɛ awɔnwifoɔ nsa so ne mu deɛ a nyɛ ade a wɔn de ne ho bɛkyɛ no koraa ɛsan sɛ ade a wɔyɛ no ɛnyɛ ade papa na deɛ mede ba ɛyɛ daily statement anim hɔ atemɔta forest asɛm no wasan ɛde aba ɛna owura agye ne mbuate agye yi ne ho afɛ paa wɔda ha ɛna wɔhyɛ suit na ne suit a ɛhyɛ no no ɛna wahyɛ biribi wohwɛ no wasɛ deɛ wɔasi ayɛ petee no as wɔhyɛ bulletproof for inside but ne ho ayɛ fɛ paa na n'anim so da hɔ kama wɔn mu kyerɛ sɛ sika paa na egu n'akantum na sika ketewa nso owura no etumi atwe sika no nyinaa ɛde efiri n'akantum ɛde kɔ afei na special prosecutor ɛyɛ owura kɛseɛ gyaben ɛkyerɛ sɛ ɛgye ne mbu ate ɛgye ya agya wɔ adwoa ade a wɔde bɛyɛ no paa nya ade ketewa koraa wɔtam no de n'akɔgyina court ɛkɔ edu bi asafata no wɔn ɛde abɔ no kyerɛ sɛ ɛbrɛ a wɔba bɛyɛ adwuma no kaa na egu akantum ɛyɛ ketewa bi kete ɛna na ɛde wɔ akantum ɛna deɛ yɛde adwuma ahyia wɔn nsa kakra na kakra a wobɛdi yie wɔnya ho sɛ tam kaa bɛgu akantum nyɛ sika ketewa nti bra na bɛkyerɛkyerɛ baabi a wokɔnya hyɛ sika bebrebe no nyinaa firi no ana bɛkyerɛkyerɛ mu na ɛno ɛna wɔkyerɛ sɛ wɔbɛhyɛ na wɔde no akɔgyina court entertainment yɛ anom sɛ Tracy Buakye nso deɛ afotuo bi ma mmaa no nso afotuo no mpo deɛ menkan sɛda nyɛ ɛna wasan nso ɛde aba ɛna obare ne so deɛ ne yɛ nwom to agya nkyɛn na menkɔ de bɔkrataa foforɔ so de bɔkrataa foforɔ a menkɔ so yi ɛyɛ de bɔkrataa wɔkyerɛ sɛ agric minister wɔn mu kyerɛ sɛ ne mmɔden bɔ nsɔ ne koraa nti wɔn resign obi a wo se wo yɛ one district one factory yes I a planting for food and jobs ɛna aduane bu ɔkɔ soro bebrebe sɛ yɛ nipa twa ne ho baabi a ɛntwɛn nti chamber of agri business Ghana ɛna wɔn mo srɛ ma mpanin sɛ na dawo ma agric minister Dr. Usu Afiri Akoto abam sɛ papa no wapem ne nhyehyɛ no wɔn mu ama kɔm ɔdi Ghanafoɔ paa nti wɔn nyini firi wɔn wɔn mpɛ nipa foforɔ mmra na saa planting for food and jobs ne deɛ ɔbakwesi atɔ nsuo.
Yanko Amana Suna Kodin Komoye, the Wakata New Crusading Guide, the New Crusading Guide, Nimhonum saying, call Evans Nimako to order. Our win NPP Youth Edges Party calls for elections in affected positions in constituency elections. Now, we somewhere a far a year opening Evans Nimako, Director of Elections and Research, Maya Amanyuko MPP. Now, I'm saying, Mabuni be one more our win and make us say, Womajala liar, Womade me. Edi atudwe na yankoi na yeni ora Evans Nimako eni nkomo Rani Nimako da simo akwa baba NIT FM so anope
Afa ABOAGYE njo so hapo mdebe
ya ho pa na so
oba da da ma oje dey officer
na awo win mabunu MPP why omodan na ese omo se empenifo omo hwe no omo ne nkase yi
yo ayi ma me na nche defo let me name say of Adami Maya Beka regional annual delegate conference once a month or they are going up. I mean, chair, I went for you now.
Nina can we be dear home come
New Patriot Party, everything over. And the best thing is say, will be a binya say. The woman is a party no, and Saka petition about the two. Mami Sisiria Ablanda pa EDA committee no. She say Igwa Koma for National Council. And so National Council say committee no and national it determine no can say but say yami adoma committee no be share and kitahwa kano dey be aso. Mambo no na ka say Enfre Evans no that there. Make us say Kenya means only a member. Party no one say, and no way the man,
now, almost I'm somewhat disqualified. Stalwart to be a one more constituency. No credit, you almost can say as a be hormone where you make him.
Oh, yeah, constituency conference. No, it's not a conference. I bet to about a officers who for party not the elections committee is here. Yeah, now other committee now your friend and Dr. Ampabin. You are trying Yami Adoma committee no edisiano. And until I make us say a busia our win no Ombina Bote committee no name Kahombi. Yasam so a EDA a control National Council in him and also a na nya bonte na meba begina affectivity the mention say omo nim de omo kano party me system no omo nim eno nti na omo system na omo kasa na nti na me say the MPP away youth and eka yinya men na ho na me member of the committee it's representative then the baby 2 years baby 2 this resolution committee in Yimono. About the Nameka. The assembly be Edikan Aquacoma National Council. National Council, Ama directive for NTA 2 man a month. It did not make us a sort of yampa. About the Adoma. The bet master, a tea and win. The bit tea a justo, the bit tea for mena. The can't be a cano. The bit tea, the bit is a just east. The button was them. Area the woman Yabeko National Steering Committee elections there. I had him on them and also. It's the stress and who being answer will be a baby child so much. Whatever bar party then you feel him next time possibly a party as a so fast or not or fast. Mamma it's not a time that you can answer me. And you say as some are using the Baba 2 journal with the HDSA. And that's on the make so any fail. Oh my general. He said, and I'm party.
So when you say be a kuku ma sem kra na ya akuyi na anope ye de hawa adwen omo hyeda ye nsentwefo nhie mu omo de omo nsem de tudwa na de ebokrata yesu de be atintin mu na yes we can about national council no correct omo see as national council no take decision but decision na national council take here no only regional chairman ora William Benjamin esua o asua na chese mo nia council no take bi anya no na mo de ye adwuma ena woni no hihye kukuom na mo ye ne amo amo pe be favor mo ankasa o kan say
me gidi say ma say me beka almost aka na akwa press conference so ma say ma omo le tuja no inya so nim e me kan say omo conversing disqualify omo de omo sem abeto committee nim eno na committee ne eka ho asem ye ne say omo yes our press conference the call national council no omo maybe nke bi omo de asem bi ana ekeka de omo kan enyina so enim party no was say oya party member that mate my thingy makoka ne de ayemwa ye mesene say obi abenya abote na ma me join ananso ono so ne chita for akasa the family no enye behavior say and a decision part on say okay me the abote na ekasa and some no more kind enyina so nim enyina so ma anke but enyina so nim emi eja eno esi ho na yaka so for okay anka national council enka se yes banko strategy yeka yen sem wie e national council efa akopon hono enem no ka say akopon ato polling station wi to electoral coordinators wie a ombeto constituency no ka say odan constituency polling station ba ku mi no bi e kai openyu kwaja fa da no omaye wi omo beye electoral omo wie a omaye constituency ye de koda national council ko di tumu wie ya ankenye se ochenya mpa ye santima so bi ye me kan se use no mo no omonte ase that is bi no mo te ya omunya abote ADI wie ne sise ya ko koma party it is the will be a party de beba party ma kwenya se Evans tro bibi ma o ma metro akoma o ya wote.
Okay, all right. So, so regional elections since I'm saying no crown na when you want to see a video come so far near me go akwem say is it 25th na mo sha say no
oba dia down ma 27 28 29 regions ni na no betimi atu day a ope na wa ye ne regional annual delegate conference a delegate issue a person electoral commission ahwe ama battle akoso a party penifo a on besom party no at the regional level I want to share na sa penalty party no penifo a omokwa akoda elections committee ano no mahwe ama rules and regulations they digu akwemo no party for edi so pepepe ye hwe ni the committee no be ye adwuma ene hwehwe ya de bai no embobra any say Ubia officer contest election. We will a must share Usubai and the Okita home. Any party needs to share in Ano and I'm not quim. Osano, a year must have a paper. Pena Quenya, no elections meeting. And shame say Ubia officer elections with this Kakaka. Oko fast forms na Untia forms may be online. This whole committee hall. Nemum oko samitia it's kakaka ama committee I say when you prepare or say what the best party area electoral commission never conduct elections and what you know Ghana Police Service you started your polling station elections bambo semu nyina no omo no mo boan edu ba bi kra me ntimo ma ti bi ba omo intervene na omo resolve ya man And it's so on back to us. I am the pepper. Well, I didn't say there a public election. If any says shading in an be the super pepper, yeah, in your party, I'm at the regional level. Almost me have a constituency for it's me have a polling station and the electoral area. The giant announced from 2024 election. I'm going to be a new patriotic party.
Evans, before Bekono, because you're director of elections and research, man, you quick. Story about what Ghanaian Times page 12 of me, so far, send a sequel. EC begins inspection of political party offices nationwide. Senior Ghana Political Parties Act 2000 Act 574 on the channel. A electoral commission for who can say one more BAM offices number say yes. Political party yes I know keke ana ya party na chese no ani ese mu bi offices na one more say one ma hyase one more hwehwe office. But you bibisa unim one ma hyase.
Oh, electoral commission my I can cast I have the general secretary party secretary at the end of every financial year, yes, I mean, audited accounts for my use. Into the occur around all the party offices. This is my comment. You know, said the man can say, as I say, at least over offices or 1/3 of the district. No process. This state be a more constituency, be a new patriotic party. Your officer, your party, or Modano, and yeah, there. Boom raso in the Senate Kwamba. Umutumana General Secretary after communication from party for our constituency. Almost any almost electoral commission. In Comodibia, a number of council party, and young baby. Demon, a bro said the man can there. And the do as I say, he disagree, and no more disagree. But yes, I can say that officer officers or district.
Okay. Okay. All right. You better ask you the UBC as in Yamin Shopper.
I am in the Yamisha. Now, Mr. Say, and Mamacon. And she say, yeah, party they go grown. It's prepare the Ghana Constitution, the new patriotic party, the Constitution, any rules and regulations that National Council the ban. Yes, Minister, will be a young paper. Now, on some party, the year polling station. Let's say any constituency. You need be at the summer, actually, almost no echo court. Mubu party and India. And so, and yes, my Mrs. We have done the park committee or I well, do I some court to the idea kind of say, after that. If someone would make a most time could be a court winner. Or would be anywhere who winning over the party. Name the court catch on the court. Cooking one thing with you. If yes, would be a baby children or the back committee. Yeah, regional conferences, election, moon coming home. Almost letting we are party adjust with the ABN as the Biaba, and the Dambuche committee about a day appeals committee, Ura Dambuche, Ura SK Buafo, Dr. Clifford Brahma, Mami, lawyer Joyce Opoku Boatin. Alagi Idi our best secretary and a member of my committee. Yes, he was a who be a baby betcha or more than a fabra committee. No, and a compile, I say, the first one, the first one. Media no, my gay cancer, Yamin found a car empty. My election day back, or say, oh, yeah, check for home. Who be a person or regional conference election. Any election, the power you need. Still with the party to share no, we be super perfect. Yeah, Mr. Party being out for this from court, the election 2024.
That's it. I'm sure. Evans Nimakon, Director of Elections and Research Man, New Patriotic Party on a pay, need 100.9 Ghana Montie soon as you go. Come on, Minim said, Sassam, yeah, Electoral Commission, and as Omuni Diagro, so Mudi and grow. Page 12 of Ghanaian Times, at the Hono we see. Now, all can say Electoral Commission begins, or EC begins inspection of political party offices nationwide. Now, there is a portion of our story in Very interesting. What kind of story now? See, in a letter addressed to, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, paragraph 4 of the story. See, in a letter addressed to the political parties, the commission reiterated that it wanted to see, quote, if the political parties are functioning and if they meet the requirement by the Act 574, including having functioning offices, filing of their account at the EC, and whether their offices are owned by them or rented. Na enti dian omuwia so omo kona so omko hwe omo fisisi nyina akobra. Na se they don't have functioning offices. One file on my account. Offices no say nyo omo di omo renting it. In fact, omo be there. Omo be there. Omo gu part omo there because this is say yesterday be electoral commission no yes adem.
And so we see say menu nyina ye nim sam say apart from political parties ekuku dambi no enkaifo ni nyina bebre wo honom a omu ni office wo ba bia ana omu office krampa say kwose bibie ni we ekoso omu account krampo that the electoral commission kai ye nim say parties bebre wo a omu ni so dance say nyina omu ni so and so Ubenwan say 2024 ya beto aba na ya soa wo munyina agum wo mu office wa enti ya mu wo mu kwa no wo mu mra mesem bi ni ya mu wo mu kwa no wo mu abesem enipa bi wo kra ofa kwasi ya ma wo mu kwa ma wo mu bewura mu wa abato mu a won say the new office wo ba bia enso ya ma wo mu nyina awurawuram na ya ma wo mu din aba yankwato mu so aba we president we say ya jawo mu nyina gumsa enti electoral commission nan kasa nso eto da bia ya wono anso onye serious ka
you say nti omo nam omo say omo disika o budget omo ko sa toy inspection o say dia omo ba be exercise say ni nyina omo be say sika o meboa enso enkosi aga anko yehwe enko yehwe
omo be kasa say ya no ma ko pe ba bia atena wa wunim political party we say to ya omo ko ye ne ya sika o omo ko a omo be didi omo be da
omo be high hotel ni ade nyina
omo be di podium and sans constituency na che sika ya be say no omo be ko be ba no the same asem dada no a
enkosi aga
enkosi
ehwe Abraham, you are the na no pay mama na me pay for better medasi. So, well, men chairman paying for Tenassia Malik Adam of the NDC and Benjamin Jehu Apia of NPP Tenassia no pay award so but my member Adiaba who de ro enfama Gomora Jumedias Runko so about so DSTV ni Go TV so Gomora on Aquaba Magic and Aquaba Magic Ebusia on DSTV and Go TV. Two families, two different destinies. What happens when life suddenly takes another turn for them? Ebusiam yenu, adishiem yenu, na chese yeshebere sum yenu, na we no say anyama sesa ya na ebeko saying. What happens when the world of the wealthy collides with the poor? Ohiani ni sikeni ehia. Dia na ususu se besi. Se ti se bia ohiani buburo na se okwa ware sikeni eba. This is the story of Gomorrah, the new exciting series about the inequalities of life premiering. That has been premiered on DSTV and Go TV. Follow the thrills on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 149, Go TV channel 101, and Aquaba Magic Ebusia, and on DSTV channel 149 and Go TV channel 108. Catch Gomorrah on DSTV Access for as low as 50 Ghana cedis and Go TV value for as low as 25 Ghana cedis. Gomorrah, Emre Dani, no cre, Ohieni between my skinny so between my Ohieni. And I also say, Jack.
Ghana Montie.
Mami Kai mo comments in Kakano pay need 100.9 Ghana Montie soon as you go na yanko discussion. So the special prosecutor shall make everything fast to collect our money, or should make everything fast and collect our money for us. And jail them too. Yawedu Silver Corner and the free and the buy. Sule Wosunyani KTK. President Akufo-Addo is a generational thinker and he will fix Ghana for our future generation. His policies and programs will yield results in future. That Suli or the Frisunyani and or the by. Chrissy, I'm in agreement. I'm now in agreement with the Holy Bible that when the wicked rule, the people mourn, but when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. Let Ghanaians judge for themselves. What time is it? Anafna Naku and Odiwe Edebaye. Most of our NPP leaders and appointees are up. They're breaking the 8 with a slogan, forgetting that breaking the 4 was even a problem for us. This is just to inform them that if care is not taken, the same passengers who punish the party to power will take it back to opposition. That is one here from Ochiniba Kwame, Brakon, Akora Taifa Junction, Odifri, and Odebaye. We all knew the IGP Damper's love for the job, but the principalities and demons said in the system won't allow him, or in the system will not allow him. Abladi, if you come as Zongo Takradi, and Odifri, and Odebaye. Mahama, you should know that anyone who threatens to go to court against the NADO only wants an illegality endorsed. That's why I'm disappointed in Mr. Mahama for falling for the antics of NPP in posting a video of Kofi Bento. NPP's Reverend Opuni was used as a Jean Mensah's face of the 2020 registration because Mahama gave him credibility in 2019. Tai Finland, Odi Free, Anna Odi and Obai. Manasseh, you do all. That is one here from Wofake, New Plant Station, and Odi and Ofi. Yahuza Swame. Special prosecutor Mr. Kisi Ajibeng charging the former PPA boss with 8 count. It's not 8 count, 17 count. And having been arraigned before the court for prosecution is a good step, or is right step. That's one here from Yahuza Swame and Odi Free and Odebai. Amisko Spelele Wakaswa. In fact, Achimata Forest has not been sold. So the NDC must spare our ears with their usual propaganda. Need 100.9.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
At the Roko Fiaman Homenesu Ejiji Tonton Sansain, ewo NEAT 100.9 FM.
Studio 1 saying Anope, your discussion segment in Edusu. Now, Malik Adama of the NDC at Transi, Benjamin Jehu Apia Bengazi of the MPP, so at Transi. Malik, I'd say.
Nyame adom kwesi na so hu ti se
yegusu ngakranka ko yedie nice one
nyame adom nti
Bengazi
oba
nyama mtsen
yegusu ngakranka
fine
yenchia na yenchia watiefo ne baabi a wo fidie kese kokuduru anope edamasene madwuma pa mobom
Minsha Senfusu na yenhwe Achimota Forest so far issues nesiaba I'm sure say wetie bia from the time executive instrument no krata no pie mrano I see the some portions of peripheral no the ma ebusua bi from owu family na eno echi be yankomodie bebre bi so ke propaganda your mampayin na do danko akufuado wo kwakoton Achimota Forest. Subsequently the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources the minister no ba abontin be yen central phone hyiemu echeche ni mam penifo bebre acheche nsem no mu abc ene ene nya ekoso minti wagyenche
wofa anope michia penifo motie yen wafidie kwachire pa especially omo wa bochire any feedbacks bi ayenya from them no very very encouraging.
Okay, brochede anope yenu ma wo mutie wo UK London Hot Digital.
Okay.
Ye mo nyina akwaba susu ye ni so Hot Digital online radio UK abrochime mu yamase.
Offer ta Achimota semsemia momodie ne kura nyame anim offer. Se ubi Sambia. I am really disappointed in some of NDC for binumwa omo social media. Na Ghana for de bia ye ka kire Ghana for say NDC for no omo mpia kenkan a ɛyɛ ano ɔmo fi sɛ yɛdi ɔmo atɛm saa nsɛm a yɛreka nyinaa wɔfa bisa me sɛ den na kɔfa baayɛ a ɔmo kɔbɔ president Akufo-Addo ɔno te ne baabi ɔyɛ n'adwuma kama ɔdwene ɔman Ghana ho ɛne hawa yɛbɛfi yɛn ho hiahia mu a yɛwɔ mu sisi ano na wate and ɛyɛ sɛ unya opening biara te sɛ vice president of Imani Ghana a onim de wako school ɔyɛ lawyer na lawyer bɛ na ɔbɛma no document a ɔnkenkan wei yɛ lawyer wei ɔyɛ lawyer Kofi Bentil ɔyɛ lawyer
Bacho, when you betray with your personal attacks and
no wafa because
the issue
he started the whole thing wafa baby no credit I know say mama demand say you educate the public and okay you've laid bare facts no to the public what ma we tie for any timamufuo nyina ate ase say first of all enye president Akufo-Addo na ekwa akoton
yeah but I'm not happy about how I'll characterizing way a lawyer. Mpacho, nyabutre Bengazi, Mpacho. Radio senior din come on.
Oh, your lawyer.
Yeah, radio senior din come Mpacho. Yeah.
What you say? Osanso, ewo think tank mo a omobua ewo man mu. When enemy Imani Ghana. Anopeya making kind just about an hour ago. Or the about to Ghana website. His AE was not from a correct source. And I'll read to your viewers or Maswati. And then they say, that public, no. First, what was the disaffection from the ruling government? What go on, look at the comments are not ever out. Sir, President Akufo-Addo na ekwa koton Achimota Forest. Now, Anope, what the Ababe to Ghana web say, you are sorry. You had your or say my Achimota Forest sold post was from an unreliable source. And this is from Ghana Web. Over Amanyo seminar na nation building on mine ye terminate kwakosi baby ade ahoto bebre ye nyina no. Say even though on pay the president na sem ana on pay party na e ruling na. And my young control and fangu in Penimfu and Nimasi. Kofi Bentil, he's a lawyer. Now, Mijidi say, Echinabi, Ebia, onoso ebenya major role in government be ebeba.
But which Kofi Bentil, you don't need a subject for discussion. But Bengazi, what?
Matthias here. Achimota Forest, no. What your phone, you know, I saw Matthias say. Papa Omogu nanimase. Omogu President Akufo-Addo nanimase, and that we need an apology. So they want me to Ghana Web. Akwa say my Achimota Forest sold post was from an unreliable source. No,
2013, the same thing in Ghana.
2013, that is here.
The same thing. They said Nyabutre.
We are talking right now.
Oh, Nyabutre.
No, or government, you know. Sisi ano ekroma yesi. Obefa na babia no obi ase and President Akufo-Addo kwa koton Achimota Forest and MPP for kwa koton Achimota Forest. Anopei nia okwa start ade no Facebook na tiefo muntie ne ye. Odi aba to Ghana Web sisi ase babia onu nya information ni fi ye no. It was from an unreliable source. Ni pakro na otie fi na no. Ni pakro na odi sa asem ne beka kire na obeka kire se President Akufo-Addo ekwa koton Forest no. Sa ni pakro na ntro no di kire no. Nanso wagu papa ye no mase awi. Ade na se ba ne sa. Ye nyina ye tno man ma ye chichiro man. Na ne nkofo pese omutie over South Forest Reserve ya wo si ye nka ho asemi. Na nkofo pese omutie ane ne se eye no krese ampa mo ton forest na na se enye no krese mo ton forest no. Ena no pe ni pakro no no akasa kodi ntro no ode abeto wono me se da bi otifi ye no na enye no kre. Na wanya executive instrument executive instrument, you know, it had about 8 or 10 pages. No one can carry fraud cover pay. Just because one with keyword cessation. Nandra Utie Abdumalik Kwekubako on Peace FM. Muhammad Fidie. So, I catch the Ghana for the history behind Achimota Forest Reserve. No. I want my Ghana for Unity as you say. The portion of land, no. And one of my what Achimota Forest, no. Jumedia Edima and Crankrono Crano and Yadeketwa. As I say, a crowd for her baby, yayama. Now, him send the panso de ye bia, I must send your beya ye whom and I ye oxygen any carbon dioxide that ye breathing in and out, Ninano, at Miakoso. It is our Achimota Forest here, the honomy. And only dear at the honor say, and sister Obiaden and Saka. Now, no crown in say, Andra minister, a buyer obey update here. No. Also, the crown Yamianim, Adiano Estatifi, President Mahama time. Now, the crown in the say, a tier for Motie. Achimota Forest now at that honoman. Asana and cry crony by your chrono, Yenina say, Asasibia wo Nura. Now, a bank crowd could you assassi, if he Nura honoma. Sir, or the year a buy project in the idea. Nira never say, Ampa, that assassin our barbegino. The more dear now, what castle would be no, and one out the bay day, would the bay. Achimota Forest, yeah, that one me. And yet, net, and want some and a year barbeca. I don't want so many years.
Genesis for
me. If Binum cry, I am crotty. Gimpa one minute, no, not a Achimota Forest. Ujolu. I want to move baby in na a Achimota Forest. Nkofo an krochi ni kakra afa saso nsase no so nyina ade asi omo dan kakra na eda honom no enso omo bo ho ban na minister ban na di asem na obekan minister say President Mahama time even in 2007 and omo set up committee say omo be develop ecotourism over ecotourism na yadeba ye twi kasema anka ye beka ne say ecotourism no say ebia minima de ye betumi aka say zoo ana bibisa ana me sheda nim ne twi de enkwaye mu srahwe ofageri ama yate ase enkwaye mu srahwe na kire say emu mbua ene ade a ewo mu nyina no ombehwe na oma protect yo. But asase no busua bi dia ena omukonya ne se abusua no enso enya echefa kakra ewo forest reserve hono
Genesis for more.
Enti sa reserve na omunya no ena ombo modin ase ombo modin ade bia ma abusua no na omodin kan no aye sa reserve no asem ni nyina ni o enti omode two paper so say oh asasi ye twa say e dia ma abusua no na sa part no e yo modia ecotourism na aban so e ba bedi dwuma no that party e ye aban dia paper bia ni ho e na o ma ya paper dia to ho na ye koya paper to ho a o mo si ye mom ni ye kwa akoton Achimota reserve no na me o hata soro hwe ye nyina ofa na me da se tani wanya kukuduro di abeto Ghana fo anim se baby onya an information no ni ode beka kire no ne ye ntro no Ghana fo nyina amoma ye mbo ntungu na Achimota reserve no se ne minister aka no ye ntonda
me da se Bengazi mamima Maliki mbem na mintie Maliki nso Maliki mintie
Master Kwesi me da se bebre die kan ma menchia o mampanyin dada any the good professor menchia wankasa ne Bengazi nso na menchia etifo omo ya part of program we just that MONTIE ha Achimota Forest asem say minister ne say or assure Ghanaian say omonton Achimota Forest yate complaints and crofone ye nyina the sunsun akauda that's a even thread enenam hompo a Ehu bɛyɛ ehu ɛbɛka. Yɛwɔ kurom ha somewhere 2007 2008 under President Kufuor. Na President Kufuor sɛ ɔpɛ sɛ ɔde ma na ɔmo si a big supermarket wɔ hɔ. Ɛnyɛ the second shopping center. Yɛnyɛ yɛ nim. Ebi awo ne kurom ha.
Mpacho, men starting Mpacho. Mpacho, Debbie. No, Metu Casa not how Don't be using that. Correct. Utiao Kase or ye comb.
I repeat again. 2000.
Me say, Medjuma, you're not betting me.
Master Kwesi.
Mpacho, you comb not now on Casa.
Master Kwesi. 2007, 2007, 2008. Na President Kufuor episode DC shopping center. Demonstrations cause so ebi ana woni Ghana. Because a lot of demonstrations cause. Awo Ghana ka o even po umbisa. Because na ye hule balu. Oh, ena gidi. Eno na ma o family bar forward say say waji ade say o keep be reserve. O the BC Achimota school. But initial purpose was for Achimota school. An extension by Omoje other ones. And it's a waji way na say upese u using it for different purposes. And the return he had in my year. Just because ultimately for to me say, oh, send the purpose for the use. Which that is what our law says. Into omu pushes so muhiano. And a year forth and back, President Kufuor the fees. President Kufuor fees most buy no. And omu pushi ye. Omu pushi say sadia omu hia omu asasi because I'll be using it for other purpose, not the purpose for what if acquired it for. And the omu here, fu here, oma. And then extend it to mama time. Omu the application by mama grant you omu part of it. No, it's a part of it there, and don't be used for that purpose. They were out. That is how it went under the mama, under Mars and the mama. But initially, no, not 4% or using it for them. For shopping center, which everybody was aware. Now, and then. Not say President Akufo-Addo to say or the part Emma O family. Simple question will be say O family for request here and unlike they requested come President Kufuor a person or the year shopping center. Did O family people requested for the place? Is it yes or no? Because minister no the statement you now my any release in your mind there is no portion say the O family requested until they are granting them. That is one. Owu family did not request his clothes. And the tunes, you see, another thing that everybody worried in here. Unim, the purpose for a ye say, Uyi abandon film as forest reserve. Thing. Nature say, a bit may you see the left one for any other purpose. But it's no more a reserve. That is the fear of kind. The much unye reserve for a different purpose. Nature say part can be used for anything. That's the fear. You were Chrome ha the same 207. If you are burning in Chrome ha, and your friends say foreign affairs asasi. There were airport and there Minister of Foreign Affairs esisuno under the same MPP. And omuye rezoning and omo the then Chief Justice had two. It's on record. Thank God, months by 208 and I obey reverse. Maybe you are not privy to that information. Almost a rezoning. And I must return the most see, sir, foreign affairs, a ministry, sir, and they are useful, the whole Ghana. And then, President Woho, Emma Obia Achoke. Anyway, and in this account, all civil societies, all well meaning Ghanaians in air complain. He said, no, don't go there. You can still leave the status quo as part of the forest. The old family funa are requested for part. Now move more. Part impua ekano. Let's leave the status quo as still forest, so that you can't use it for any other purpose. But the moment we forest ne fi mu pe, nature say you've opened gate for any other development. It can be any other development. That is the fear of every Ghanaian. Fine, uko see ecotourism.
It's not,
depending.
it's not other development.
I agree, but when you take the
and that's my worry.
Yeah.
Because it's obvious maybe an interview cry MONTIE, MONTIE, some of these things maybe I'm on kind of the way I'm on kind of Benghazi now because
They are going to use it for what? They say they are going to use it for ecotourism, isn't it?
No,
yes.
We'll say
good,
they'll use it
but
for
the
reason why
the
reason why up to now, assassin even though Modema Owu family no, Muntimi and she was no, because the Ubeye Bibi was it does not have to compromise the integrity of the forest. And to you, Honorable Yunus Afuseni, Bra Assassino, Omodema, Owu family for Danny Dema, IBSTEC, and ADB. Mama Tunton Assassin Crama man for, but Omuntimi develop because Bibia baby and a ministry no, whom's okay, Adia Oba Bayano, and Beha a forest na.
Dear Master Kwesi, the American say, we reserve status code in FIMWA. It's no more reserve. If it's no more reserve now, Ubet may use it for any other purpose. That is where I'm coming from. Because the current status code now, a release, you know. Now, you say forestry status code in FIMWA. That was the argument. So, you can correct me. That is the argument we are making here, unlike before.
Almost say.
Yes.
And Ukraine EI now.
Good.
Even though that cessation is there, but in Chichimo of the man because
it is there. The EI it is there.
Yeah, no, I'm
saying
we
deal with law.
No problem. A new forest, no, still a forest, no, what I'm saying. But peripheral, I know na man for encroaching, and no, diama a ebusian.
No, one say it is being guided by law, and it was the code was statute code for it was forestly, strictly by forest. And 2 year BBR. You have it in mind, say a forest. But now the forest code is out. That is the concern of every Ghanaian. And then I raise it, not what has been given to Owu family and what Owu family saw. Any whether they were able to develop or not. Even if they were not able to develop because of the forest code in a womb, status code in a womb as forestry, you know, and also counting on to me. But we are talking of the current release. The statute code forest, you know, FIMO, no. That is where I'm raising. And that is the concern. But if it's no more forest, then you can put about whatever you want to put. That is where I'm coming from. I don't know whether you understand my point there. And exactly that is my point. Now we forest statute code FIMO. I can build whatever I want to build there because it's no more a forest. Unlike before now forest statute code ni womb, no. I am no. As you said, ADB because of that code, they couldn't develop it. Other people because of that statute code, they couldn't what? Develop it. What am I saying? Into a standstill. But now, am I in out? Into me in out, and you and I, your Kotofi Owu family, we do whatever we want to do on it. Because that code is out. What am I saying now? Thank you.
Yeah.
And that is the fear everybody raises here. You can release it and even maintain the code for some time. And tell them, say, though they are for them due to the maybe strategy.
But you see,
yes.
Somehow you're right, eh?
Mm-hmm.
But what kind EI now?
Yeah.
And there's a portion that says master plan for the development of released land. And then I meet you, and again, there's a portion of it that also says protection of the ecological integrity of an adjoining forest reserve.
Thank you. First one already, let me come. First one, there's a master plan for what? The release of the land. You can't determine to the owners of the land what they should do with their land. The fact that you've removed the cross says no more for you can't determine.
No.
No.
But I'm saying, sir.
Yes.
Imrana would they can was na.
Yes,
they
will guide
master plan for the development of release of the land.
No,
and show the kind of development I'll be to me.
No, Master Kwesi. Why release as Asiama as the owner? With the law prescribed as the owner. Hold on. It's not which zone? No, calm down. You don't understand the whole thing. So calm down. You see, Master Kwesi, what release portion? I'm the rightful owners. You cannot determine to the rightful owner as what they should do with them. You cannot.
That is wrong.
The fact that
Benghazi, seriously.
Master Kwesi, the fact that was a removing long-standing code na also as forestry where you a film like even if I go by what you said, they would direct them as to the kind of development. There is a development.
And yeah, you see, I'm reading
Yes.
You see,
yes.
You have to
Yes.
read the thing.
Yes,
in
you read
holistic.
Yes.
To me, in fact, to me, it's just like you see, we'll be painted there. Me painty with him. Now with 2 if you heard him say. With 2 if you are, it's easy to be the face of Malik.
Kwesi.
Kwesi, don't, Masa,
Kwesi.
Masa.
Let's be honest. Because there is a fact. Who can cry?
Masa,
how happy you are? Time. Masa Kwesi, them person me chere, me no wuni. Me no wuni say. Lo bi eni asase we chere say. Me koto my plot my sasa na o return my sasa mamia. Ube chere me de be. But let me grant you that per the guidelines you read and then the law. If I grant data, there will be a development because also mentioned the kind of development, and there will be development. And as I said earlier, who said there's a precedent, Mima 207, 208, when President Kufuor wanted to use that place for a shopping mall, which we are all aware. There is a precedent. And it's a way SRT bar, non Kufuor SRT Ekasa. Because there is a precedent under the same party. No, there's a precedent. And moving
and I mentioned what I'm about to say.
Yes.
Sakrata na ma to me a ye di assassin man.
Yes.
HSA. Se ubeye bibia wa assassin so ebe ha forest reserve na. Ye mpene so. Simple. We move on. And this one is there. Black and white.
Read the Homer maybe.
So I've read it.
No,
Malik, we are now my age now.
I just want to get it again.
No.
Because my understanding is different from your understanding there.
No,
they will be guided.
I told you about the master plan. I mean, for the development of release of the land.
Yes, it's a
and
master plan.
Makacho is a protection of the ecological integrity of an adjoining forest. And it tells you that, yes, they've given you possession of the land.
Thank you.
But Bibia Beha Forest, no, Omo mouse have to me because you need permission from the district. Omo in charge of assassin. The forestry commission, they have to approve.
Master Kwesi. Memfa we nsi na bra opasa oba mema o say Master Kwesi simple and aha echi ha kra obesi dan a obekọ the appropriate authority ho ombeba behwe dan bia obesi ebe ha environment we bia no omumma wonsi. It's true or false? It is true. Am I correct there? It's true. Dan bia obesi ebe ha environment yema wonsi. Relate to everywhere, even not in the world. Bibia obesi ebeha the next adjoining properties piano. They won't give it to you. So what they wrote there, I don't see anything that they've written. But that is the norm. That has been the norm. Who call Amasama village, we crack or who be sit down cry, who apply for pen. I'm coming. Who apply for pen? Me point in say, me point in say the fact that they've removed that cross out, ama for us to maintain the reserve, especially that portion now. Releasing or shaking. And
no,
that is the
yes. Reserve.
It's not, yes, so they've taken it out. But initially, that code wasn't taken out. That is how come we still have it. And that has been the problem. That has been the problem of all Ghanaians. And it will be a complaining. And Ms. Anka say there's a precedent. Into who knows tomorrow? One about better. Is it big shopping more? A better more effective.
Miss Midasi, Mammy can't comment Kakrani and Queen him na Yemeji and Kranza Asemno, Menji Kakran Fimo Hanum saying so. My dream chain be Hanum saying, Mire Twaso, Kofi Kodia, Kiki Kumasi Asokwasi. We should all pray President Kufuor and his government because every country in this world is struggling. And I believe that this NPP government has what it takes to turn things around. That Kofi Kodia, Edifi Asqua, and ordered by Citizen Francis. MPP Facebook caucus will say the Achimota Forest will still remain a reserve, and so misinformation surrounding same should be treated with disdain. One from, and he says, kudos to Honorable ABOAGYE for the swift response. That Citizen Francis and by Adolf Hitler Medina. We see, you've not been reading many of the messages of late. Our messages also contribute to our show, so please try and create time for reading of the messages. Well, I agree with you, but I also know that it's not deliberate. The way the show is almost every day packed, interviews here and there, and everything. I try to read some. I can't read all. Nana Akufo-Addo's government has failed in all aspects of governance. Ghana's security now is in a mess. Killing unharmed civilians looking like chicken. What is really going on? That's Alaji Willie P. If you come and NOD free and what they buy. I can't read videos. Hey, Achimota Forest, I need some of the land for myself. Go Mensa Eddie Free Pillar 2 and what they buy. Royal Gabi Efiekuma or see the Achimota Forest Reserve has not been sold as portrayed by the NDC propagandist. Kudos to the special prosecutor for starting his God-sent work. Royal Gabi, by Sofumami or Domi, Ghanaians should reject the NDC and John Mahama, all because they will send us back to doomsday and hardship. Sofumami, Eddie Free Domi, and by. Because see, is the NPP telling us that if there is no Ukraine, if there wasn't Ukraine and Russia in the world, Ghanaians can't live? This is surely super incompetent. Everything is wrong with Mother Ghana today. Simon Azaleko EP, Agboba EP down or the free or the buy. Pichi Brim Abranco. So it was JM who signed in 2013 that part of the Achimota Forest that has not been used should be given to the family of so and so. And they made a U-turn to accuse Nanado. If not because of this press conference by the minister, like the NDC will be throwing dust into our eyes. Pichi Brim Abranco struggled to actually put the pieces together there. This unexplained wealth was one singular reason for all military interventions. Now it's worse with this so-called democracy. Joe, Eddie Fritema, and Odianoba. And when he fit us, Aman Kesi, there's peace in Nkranza. We thank God, but IGP should do something about it immediately. At Amweni Fita and Odiano Edibai. Special prosecutor has done a good job, but his job will be completed when he begins to question corrupt entities like okay, Mesha Kasanti Abusokai. I'll leave the names out here. Need 100.9 Ghana Muntie Jumediasuni. Malik, Miss Asifusu, near Kosu and Kranze, Menji Kakrem Few Honum saying Ghana Police Service for and ni Abranti ya. Yes, you are suspected armed robbery. Mean you?
Master Kwesi, Midasi Bibri. I think Ghana Police Service let's speak. Suspected armed robber point was so bekuno. And now 1 year opportunity what me watching a rare handed. I said watching a rare handed. I said wa a police near even so bitching or the neighbor no. I said watching in the right should have been done. Even say watching on no fan call. On to me film some just a more person of film. Now processes no on go through the processes. Even for maybe no now informations be bring or the back out and kebebo. Just because and you're no corner there. Yes, I say truly say you who say armed robber and you're no corner. A company and there are others okay you be grab almost. But some of the nipano APA. Na later, ne maame akọ police station ho. Ya ka che ne maame say ye de na akọ techima. Ne maame arashin so akọ techima later be ka say ewu. Ye nim say no ye ya. Me feel say they very unfair. Na yan kasanchire police for IGP. Yes, running bebre. The unstrengthened police no, not strengthen as equipments or resources. But unstrengthened almost as sometimes the way they do their work. Since you're not saying nipa kuno, any value you when it comes to the police. I say any value because the nipa na free. And a young sanction almost sometimes sanction or more public and so we can be building the confidence in because you who say maybe I kill almost post I drop it. The thing no more kakra. Now say Yasaki will be a confidence by backroom. Bibi ebesi obibi so no. You who say sanction be amma your oye na. Since you build the confidence to you want to say at least police ni misbehavior ya twena so and na sa police fu na nkasa kra no mo adwin baba say say na ye be ye you nti yenso ye be careful we are ye chene ku na say na be ye you because ya nhwe ya master kwesi you will get to a time the police ne kra emi ni wa obetuma be ku akasa we amro be ku akasa wo attempt say wo be ku ni bi and wo ku and I say you attempted firing or protecting no. When we don't take time, we will get to that stage. You do that stage now, everybody will be on yes. Intimate IGP, any interior minister. Any time police for no something, a lawlessness be seen. Yes, they should take it on board. There should be a sanction. But your market say, and we but the public shouldn't know. And was a public and was a public who because a internal discipline, internal matter. Sometimes no me no money because the public no who now omo build confidence. Na your money. That is one. The public also who most of the police for now ebi omo anya information. I say omo antimi ante ye omo no ombeti. No more things so people omo so that omo so no moving forward no omo nya. But you see you a lot of lawlessness in this police service center. And you who say omo money gu some of the things I was say omo when police officer misbehave. And my first say doesn't help. It doesn't help at all. Starting from even Iowa West Wagon. Look at how it went. The even election at Tichima. Look at the police firing. Why any sanction? Why any friend Abisana? Their human life. But we in Tiabema, they will have some vigor powers after a year. We will walk free because your colleagues no year and they walk free. And truly, you know, Bibi says here, Yantifi. Bibi says here, Yantifi. And my first say, a hard ring. Because who man's your tap on your nature. No, so, now, I say, Kofi Bachi, they be your canal assembly. Even one constituency, wherever one constituency, and also the whole Ghana Security Service. One constituency. Just one constituency. So the whole Ghana Security Service. And you know, the God forbid, one day, almost resisting some pressure, even one area, the whole Ghana Security comes. And we pray, say, I don't need the M. But because M, also police behave well. The misbehavior, appropriate authorities, they should also do their job. I say, you January, now they be at Waso. We more typical example, DSP Zugu. Recommendations are, but say they should reassign. Reassignment, you know, and better. Until Sanko misbehave was another TV station. Sanko misbehave TV station before being say, hey, after years, I see you reassigning or no. Man reassigning or no. Was Sanko repeated the whole misbehavior bio. And son and do then draw and Omar reassigning. I don't know for example. Okay. Until my first say lawlessness under the police service. 1, 2.
Okay. Medasi Malik, Mamima Benghazi, Minti on so I want near cost in Kranzan and semi yen spending time Kakrebi, Minti Benghazi.
Over Metiefi, a friend, Achimota Forest, Honum, no sharp butter. Over me pese ye tie fu nyina omotie me say na kakra aka ye ni ma ye kwa akoto abai NDC for the nyoma bi betudwa especially on social media monto omobu no mohwehwem na sansem ye omobeki kan ni ade nyina na anope omode patcho up omode make U10 aka say information no munya ye no
jai misinformation Jai misinformation Benghazi jai misinformation. Oh, two for so was okay. One so two NDC form for BBM.
NDC form na dekwa to Facebook.
Me say jai misinformation futu na to one kasa.
Na me say
yan kan kranza say.
We no mo edim tro de akere Ghana for say Achimota Forest president
yan kan kranza say.
Enya no kure.
Me say yan kan kranza say.
It me say Ghana for no munya study. NDC for ne dem tro ne ba monye stadium mo wie anope o ma be pa Ghana for che say enye no kre the president Akufo-Addo enton Achimota forest bia offer me come anim no tan kranza semi no kra nyame anim enye ade a ekoyi alpha asɛm ni nyinaa ne sɛ the wotie youth na ɛwɔ nkranza na especially idwadifoɔ a ɔmo wɔ kurom hɔnom na mo se for some months ni bɛɛ bosom miɛnsa ni amrobes attack ɔmo ɔmo abɔ ɔhene no amaneɛ asan so de akɔ dane a policefoɔ nso ano ɛbaa ne saa no ɛne nkɔfoɔ adwadifoɔ de bi okɔ fie bɛhwɛ na obi atwa ne bag obi atwe sika gyina no so no wagye ne nneɛma sika kakra ɔde akɔdi dwane adeɛ no wa ɔmagye afi ne nsɛm abere a wɔkɔ fie ekurom wɔfoɔ na ɛde kɔda ɔhene na no sɛsɛ na ɛkɔ so na adeɛ no ɛyɛ adɔɔso dodo na ɔmo san so de kɔdane a policefoɔ na policefoɔ no nyɛ dɛn ɛnyɛ bibi utie district commander na ɔse ɔmo create unit anti-robbery task force ɔmo bɛyɛ patrols sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ a tankɔfoɔ na ɔmo didi nyambra sɛm no tura sɛm wɔ kurom hɔ nom no ɔmo nsa bɛyɛ dɛn nsa bɛka ɔmo nti sankɔfoɔ na ɔmo di saa mbɔne ne nyina na policefoɔ ɛyɛ dɛn ɛhyehyɛ ɔmo including nea ɔmo abɔ no tuo yi ekunu because okenkan report na ɔmo say he was a suspect ɛno ne nkyerɛ sɛ ɔno na wayɛ dɛn odi saa abɔne no but ɔyɛ suspect na sɛbesɛbe ankɔ yie ɛna shooting ne bɛɛ mu a aberanteɛ yi mo rush ne de kɔ hospital a sɛbesɛbe went to me anka ati asefoɔfoɔ a yɛyɛ wɔ asase so sisirai ofa me de asɛm no ya meka no sɛ yɛma abusuafoɔ no nyinaa yɛakɔ ɛya obenya ɔde hyɛ baako ebefi mu sei na apolisifoɔ no nso sɛbesɛbe yɛsrɛ mo na nneɛma bi wɔ hɔnom a munya abotrɛ instead of say bi ɔmmɛkɔ akɔtwituo ɛde akɔbɔ obi na ekunu no ɔmunya mu abotrɛ minima adeɛ sɛ ebi ɔmo twituo no abranteɛ no nso twituo ni bia minima adeɛ report na nka because that is also another part
abranteɛ be no twituo
me patre say don kɔ na ɔmo kun no mimi nim sɛ ebi a shoot out bi
police for no by fan fie no kɔ twituo
ɛna me ka sɛ na ɛba ne sɛ na tuo ba mu no a ɔmo bɔ ne tuo ku
police for now ma ba chi no no kutetu onu kutetu
ɛna me kyerɛ sɛ a police for
akofatu no way
a police for na ɛkɔfa no afifie ɛna ɔmo ku no sɛ wɔn ma na ɔmo sutu na na sɛ de ɛwɔ na me kakra na me nte ase
I will follow what story ni
ɛna me ka no story ne sɛ ekurom hɔnom for some month am robbery akɔso ɔmo kyerɛ
ɛna waka me kyerɛ sɛ o say or no treat or to so
to dabi o me say me who how our shootings no ɛyɛ den ɛbaaye
me tell us about I'm saying point now make about say abranteɛ no so tutu
me patre say ɔno so tutu ana like that was there a shootout ɛna ɔmo di gauge ni down ana say police for na ne hu na ne man ɛbɔ ne tuo ku no sa ɛhɔ no me kakra no ɛna yɛn nyinaa yɛn te aseɛ no
ɔmo say police for akɔ arrest no ɔmo akɔfa na fini fie ɔmo akɔfa na fini fie no now say so I don't see what you are saying
ɔmo awon te aseɛ ansa na police be ku obi no na bia sɛbe ɔno so need police to ɛhɔ no na me bisa sɛ bibi sa akɔ so ana.
But I'm saying that if you have followed the story, yes. the police in a kwache no fee.
Very good. And I then in a muboni too. Omochina no muboni too and answer then. They should come clean on that side. Because what kochi obi ofie na ni pakrono oni tuo oni weapon no and dia prepribiana. Ada na oboni tuo. Ana omo yeso omo kwa kochi no odwane ye na omo gane ne down. They should come clear on this one. What you say? E won no side kakra no na mente ase no. Malik Namika, what you say? Say, Ebia, exchange be so.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Utie, the Omuku Nana, me and Cassandra. Or say, police for no buyer, and I do very much.
Very good.
And never cast a almost channel.
Very good.
And almost no. Now what that our inside.
Very good.
And almost ball call. And OP, and almost say almost the name call police station.
Okay.
Into almost fan bar with a car, yen register, unregistered car. And a police phone then a coy. No more than a coy, no. None yemchish, or no so person got in a can mobi. The police phone say they be. Or more manant na can no mu fee can no. Into mu fee can no. And na adichi no odwane call. Nkransa police station. Oko no almost see on call techima, we dey call techima. Into on call techima police station enko. Into ho no call your koti say ne ba na ewu. Na Uncle Ben, just a second again. Police for record omo kan no when it comes to killing. And outside just one, Kumasi, Ubekaya, na strong guys be. They say ahomachi, omo with car, omo fu say omo armed robbers. They shoot you omo. And omo di ntuo ACC omo nchen say omo yi santo no fi omo boot mo various type of guns any sika ne nyema omo yi de two kan nchen say nyema we na omo hu wo nkrofo no armed robbers. And na onim de a press release no the then commander Atlantic Regional Police Command and a press conference and almost said a body on investigation they found out that it was false. They were not armed robbers. No Mufi Ejuma and a Eba. And they were MPP sympathizers. Even Bahumia went a console. You see how the thing went now. And the bizarre question says, so gadgets now, police for the two omo say ammunitions now, and your modi, na ya pam to pam no. If he one muna at the toe, just because investigation say they were not armed robbers, they omufi Ejuma neba. Until police one answer circle up to today. So as far as police is concerned, no, that area, no, they always don't say that.
For the benefit of the doubt, no. 10 years, what for 100 me, me did say, why you interviews kakra.
Yeah, benefit of the doubt. I'm saying that you also have to follow the issue critically.
Yes, and I make us say, no.
Apart from your kind about guy in Mamiakano.
Yes.
The police have come out with statements.
I have read that report. I read this report.
Yeah, na kind.
Report and they say, Don Kono, according to Ekromo Fono, he was a businessman. Onyam robber. Now, me confusing kakra e wo hono man say. Shooting kakra na ba ya na me mente ase so oni omo prayer. Ana se den. Oh, enti e hono me kakra no. Oh, a police for no man ente ase say ebia omo koye no odwane. Ana okoye no twituo na yesu ye twituo sa side no wa clear ma ye ne ye nyina ya te ase se ne boy no so de wanya de but asat now no sa ehwo no mo kakra no ye ni the boy ni twituo ana wan twituo no we don't know. It is the police who come clear on that one. Na yesre emmemu na mo enkraza no emmo mo fa embra enhye omo nsa omu se omo amu nipa na egu ana bibisa. But for some make police station, akwa free suspect. Any idea omo cells one mo any idea no. Enye kama. Tisi ayeso omo show omo that cells one mo omo nyina adwane. Mekan ebia na san kwofo enum akwa akodi bone, ebinum akwa akokum binum omo asameda quarter eso omo kokodi. Na mo de abufuo akwa akohye ties. Akwa police station akwa akosai omo cars. I say omu TV ni ade a ewo police station hono mo ni ade ni nyina entwa ye e hono mo kakra no so no wafa ye ma omonti ase se
okay
en se omo de embra no ehye omo a omo nsa na omo nya bibia ebesi bia no omo benya abotre because of a police for ya na ebe omo ho bai omo a na omo kwaka kira police for say na say omo po adwuma no omo kofia enkofo twitwa omo bag enkofo twesikan ewo omo so. And a sabe enkofo a police for no set up task force. And a sabe a way a kobaye and kwantwa ye. But I don't think that and so am police station one. A koko say anyoma. Ofa e wonum kakra no so yama munya abotre no monti ase sa.
Medasi, my main kind comments ni bi o hanum say na yembe wie yan komo no wo. Ex TPA boss former PP opinion or dano, right in Boate J, and in your special prosecutor, and I'm way to Yemedi Sankomona, Yen fan sorry, so and pay way Jimmy D. So, Kwesi, good morning. And he says that the NDC party has not yet prepared for any campaign message to continue the 8. And what they only know is lying to Ghanaians that our president is not working. Erikus, Fiapre, Ainfienimu, and Odifi, Rainbow El Kaswa. In as much as I agree with lawyer Morris Ampao, let us also agree that political parties are being paid aside making money from their individual companies, and so they can acquire any property they want without being corrupt. Rainbow Kaswa and Odifi no the buyer. Indeed, we the concerned patriots are extremely impressed as to how quick the government demystified and rubbished this Achimota Forest issue. Very timely, and we expect more swift response going forward. Kwejo Edupako, President Concerned Patriot of Social Media, Chimesio, and Odi and Odibai. Today, I agree with Morris Ampa on getting a law on unexplained wealth. By that, all our stolen money will go into factories and not houses and buying cars, and Ghana will grow. That's Alai Baba, Odi Medina, and Odiano Ebai. Honorable Mike Hammer, a former Minister of Land and Natural Resources under the GM Mills administration, has backed some of the explanations given by the current sector minister, Honorable Samuel Abujinapo. Government is returning part of Achimota Forest to the custodial owners, identified as the whole family. That's one here from Tete, Odifri Sunyai, and Odiano Edibai. Teacher Kujo Tepa Anyine Susu. So far as good, so far so good. The system is super. Doomsaw is no more. We've been rescued from NDC's IMF prison. Employment freeze is dead. Children are in school, free from SHS to university education. Alawa is being paid. Unemployment Graduate Association now defunct. So he goes on and on and on. Teacher Kujo, Tepa Anyine Susu, and Odi free, and Odi buy. Oh, today, dear Morris Ampa has spoken for the youth. We are very, very, very mad when we see politicians living in wealth. One day. That Labi from East Legon, and Odi buy. Musa Batwa, Ewo Kuma say, we will resist this daylight robbery in all form. The Japan royalties deal won't be tolerated in any form. That is one here from Musa Abatwa, the Frikumasi and Odebai. I'm in face here and I'm saying, Inshas if you Benghazi.
Over. PPA.
Yeah.
Well, they should deal with him. They should deal with him. Me so in Sambia so and Papa ni sika na ewo account ni mu nyina ayira ni nyina no. Omo hwe na omo enfambra omani sika was ocean salary ne structure na allowances ni ade sika onya aye with a period of 4 years in the score ya any sika ketwa omo hwe na baby eso omo ne kɔ no omo ne nkɔ any sika no so omo njembra me de me nka hwe biu go and take the money aban and make sure say sika na akwa no eje ye no na any bia procurement breaches bia wo mu bia na mra ni ndi ya set precedent I mean him say president Akufo-Addo obehwe masakwe aye yi me de me nso so ansem so baby sika no wo bia no nkɔ fambra any baby mbra na ese ni di no se jail kura amoma ne nkɔ ara ye ni kuro ma hanom na abuga pelo no mu nyina aye che omo they should ya mbomodiana sankofo we num they should get them out of the system. Omoni aban endi niye. Omoni aban endi niye. Yama authority oya ade nefa enumunyam fa bre oman ene wabusuafo a. This is what you want to do. I am not saying say eyemia ebetumi ato obia masika no dɔɔso. And especially almost sika no efi ne bank account in a period of time I report ne buy no. Adie bi natural say Wujafo was bent on doing something dangerous to this country. He can't credit the account in Mumpa and ke different. I say Sikano or Macho, he can also wire fast akwa use can if you account mudia. They should deal with him. of Amanuasi. They should deal with him.
Okay. Midasi with Benghazi. I mean, Inti Malik. Already in Boatin J and in a contact.
Master Kwesi. Ejene Boatin Aji. Assembly breaky beginning. Now you move before say a normal stories. Yeah, a breaky. But we go through the accounts. We hear the kind of money, CDs, dollars, and pounds are one account. Just within that time, within 3 years, as compared to the war 2017, any 2019, 2020, but I did back on so hard. I'm a person. Me, I am a once I say company, no, existing company already. Obi existing company. Ejuma. Or appoint to that position now. I believe stronger say the company will still work. Maybe we not be excuse from that. And then near part remove that much and still work. And that too, so common sense, any conflict of interest will tell you say there are some things that you. But you see, one of the reasons I mean who say all relax money here, and I say there are thousands of them, especially under this government. Conflict of interest. We always say it. They were able. Until no, also who say it's in the system. Until let me go through. But very unfortunate say investigator, investigating and no crano I did. But there are a lot of them maybe investigator young call and no crano young did. And it been so you know you name you will say we there are a lot of conflict of interest. The conflict of interest be more. Yeah, none can. And then any conflict of interest, no. We should avoid it. Though I don't think it's a criminal offense. But fairness wise, no. Yeah, fair just because of ultimate prosecuting one and at two, you know, you will automatically go on the side of your person. And see, we try to minimize or ignore conflict of interest. And see, I think say our court here, that is the right path. We want to see how court will produce. Kano, onyano, kwany papa suwa court bet. Wanyano kwany papa suwa court bet. But amount of me who dear. For 3 years, kind of business will be better or better 3 years now. And then the ending. But say ultimately explaining why. That's why our court. There are other violations of procurement breaches. I mean, health minister is even one, which is too clear or not admitted. And now even one on oath elsewhere say he was not aware that some monies were even paid for the vaccine. Turned out to be false. Oh, swearing on oath turned out to be false. Procurement breaches and so a breach a war. Procurement breach a war. Unim said there are why fast when it is emergency. Why? And doctor say, "More family, just because of what? Procurement breach." And what about who did it? So obvious, everybody saw. But kata so.
Is he still in post or office?
Our office.
Our office.
Our office. Health minister, our office.
Maybe
make a health minister.
Health minister then.
Procurement breach. Only more. And it's so obvious. On the admittee. Say breach or admittee. And there are litany of these issues are a war. Be clear until you don't need an investigator. But when MSA and a special prosecutor say off, fine. There are cases it's important to the nation. Onfa is a brilliant man. Onfa some of the cases are a heart of the nation, individual. Then you're interested in the court and so there. So that moving forward, you may be NCC. Some of the contrasts, you might say smarties, why. Frontiers, why. When you go deep, we know the directors.
So how the smarties are cooking.
Yes, we know the directors, some of them. We know them. They affiliate to ruling government. We know they are all conflict of interest. And it does not be fairness. No wonder they make so much and then give penny to Ghana Airport. Okay, no wonder you cannot audit it because Yeah, mark one for people to what? Audit it. No wonder. Oh, and there are a lot of it. And I expect a special prosecutor so on for covered fund. But there should be an audit for covered fund. Because at least you have to be scanning the editorial. There's an amount for any page say amount one. Amounts one. And the amounts no you can come on say thing you use. And there should be an audit. I wonder why my majority per se you be audit is at the mabisa.
Malik si
for me say no Master Kwesi a doors say see you can't even count. They are countless also. But special prosecutor Bonabas moving forward and so on. It should be of say it will be very, very important to the nation. I ever set a precedent for avoidance of such a issue next time. No, you should take it on. The court will determine the fate of it. Midas.
Miss Midasi, my main kind comments now. Sorry, so magic calls kakra. No pay. I'm say far calls at chat. For shift manaton Sukumasi. The police shooting at Nkranza is very unfortunate, and I wonder the kind of crowd control orientation that the police service gives to their personnel. This is becoming just too many, and I can only hope and pray that IGP will do a very thorough investigation into this crime and give justice to the bereaved family. Chiefman Difiatonsu and Odebai. Ghana Police Service should be circumspect when it comes to dealing with the angry mob. It's very sad to see people dying through the police involvement with the citizens. We are not in Banana Republic. Yao Sankiri, the Free Taifa, and the buy. Okay. All right. In Shaba Anelka, Ashaiman constituency, NPP party is the only political party most of Ghanaians know since generation. The rest are case closed. That's one here from Ishaba Anelka. Be careful. Enoch Asaman Kesi, today the NPP is doing worse of what they said about the NDC, corruption, state capture, and family and friends government. Indeed, Ghanaians have trusted this 419 NPP government. Enoch Asaman Kesi and Odifri and Odebaye. And I create more boating Ablikama Central. See the Nkranza police incident, and by extension, Ghana Police Service have a lot of questions to answer. How is it possible that one goes to robbery with laptop at Nanekria Mwa Boating and Odiana Bay? Need 100.9 Ghana Muntie Suno as you go. Me and Jim calls Kakrano pay 030 0302 243547. Yanko Yanshasia calls no and pay. Morning.
Good morning, honorable.
Yeah, but your first say.
But your friend Bright and travel.
Right into you.
Yanko point it out now. Mamma, my Ghana, tell my Ghana that if I could now, I'm church, Manto, a white shama. I'm a church, I'm a storm for Yanko and Canon on born. Yeah, the best your police for no. You did to a mom with a mofa boy on bino. The two night their mom, we are far more say, on Mufanku is Mamu. We had then coach you be on the field. Out in the police station. Now I could put work on police for now, to see our mother no more and Robert. Our Murobu a man for no. Omunjai. There were a man econo, and you, Oman Penaco for the best friend of pa. It's a more Kikan 2016 and 2020 no. And yeah, no, the forest, Baku Akawa, Accra, Ati. 1% Mutons are forest and also. Ade, Obaso Be Japade, I'm on in the bush and I say Obase, Obabe Boa Mangana. Onuka say, Dokuno, don't drama in my own time, not Dokuno air once. Then besides, and then Dokuno air 3 city, 4 cities. Petro air, so Caso about Betty Petro, so I'm a Ghana for. To see a Petro air, dollar air, 1 district, 1 factory, or Caso Bayama Ghana for. To do say, no, we see I'm a Ghana for. About we party, yeah, June Pie and Tiase, 2024, and so about my John Dramani Mahama.
May that say, Mammy G of Refo, Dion, I'm saying 0302243540, 0302257902, and I pay morning.
Morning, my co supporter. Now, what you say?
You also. Hello?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, Akwasi.
Yay.
Aminchia near Honorable Niama Shit, yourself a chairman, national chairman or NDC. When I need to do stop a deputy general secretary and a Madi Jibin stop organizer. My mom. Akwasi. A see film near Yare who or my Ghana. Na me bisa me ho pa senti kwame nkuma Ghana o gisi ho no enu pani ya man pen na do amawie say to say because yet some Ghana how na yet ton dokno one Ghana city na do say ya man pen no so nti bi da no Obama ni ama ye na no nim na etwa me mfunu mapa o man pen na do ko tna tro mu o circle Dubai na petrol 14 city 80%. That calipo yet on 1 city 20%. Or no calipo nibi. I'm a G fans. And now I know because you're calipo ni 3 Ghana city. The corner now kasi 1 Ghana city boy din and 5 city or the Mukabina. That's now kasi 14 city dollar for intimate or about Jenny so and that's our petrol no. Call what 50 Ghana city. The desire was add just 5 years down the line. And a Ghana Japadiana MPP baby no more from before buy you who say no more from Nkafo Asase. And then so Kufu don't so about man peninsula, you have forms as Mestre in Crafo and in 43. In Crafo, when you be almost say, Cadio Muswe, Obasho, Kakako, Yajele, Kule, Ayo now, Obasho, Mamun Diomo, I'm a funet, and yes, on bed normal.
Okay. And I see my main fan you Dionum say now on also Emeka Kakra. Hello, morning. Hello. Hello. Yeah, but you're saying. Yeah, Judith Boko also.
Means Boko, Yanyame. Rapid, the woman can look at power Ghana how. So be about when them what down. No police, I bet funnel. Not the next thing I bet to send the banner. Woman for politics into 10 years. Now we're able to make to be or Ghana. Papa no so na all defend say bia na kwara ne say bia na me awunnimu no menka wo si wunnimu ne see nti why I justify in it obi ba yen nyina ebetumi ato yen yoga yen nyina we are ebetumi we kwasi nyame mpem wo oti okọ ebetumi ato na wo be fo bi woni fie na so de na tie na the next thing ebetumi say nipa na ewu nipa na ewu just like that enye say nipa ka obetumi ato mfo nkwa then ebetumi ja replace nkwa. Into yes, the time, be politics in my and castle, Nancy, Madame Massey.
I mean, Junior Dionum see also I see, and also I drink share. Hello, morning.
Good morning, Babasi.
Yeah, I'm Patrick Frost.
Me did your fake, make a selfie new friend tackle.
Ain't you okay?
Yo, my memoir about to my power about the abo my Ghana. Namentia, this youth organizer, honorable Musisa Boba, we will be a maintain the Chiano. And as you Dr. Muhammad Dubow, incoming president, and I just found companies in Chamo be free. Me bra, that Ghana one. Yenya baby, I jadi asema, ye tap on one way. Men kasa asema sim krans na yemede. But obi etie maamena sem, busuafo asem, maamena sem, police asem di etie. Obi kasa tie police. Ade no mo de an robbers bi attack bi o kan krans ho. And no mo de police investigation o makwache guy no. But see, yes, a Ghana holy. Maybe I was able to say much because you know, and I point to phone, and I point to phone. And what is there? Who from I mean, me, I can defend me back. But it was some come, you know, come, you can't go and I can walk out. But I said, Ghana phone, and I was working. But I don't know, maybe you're going. The come home ranch when I don't know what you're and also want to send you, young know that transfer. Yes, I mean, for some police, and I was voicing about you moving when you. When you saw my hobby, and I'm grandpa Roberts are coso, and my mom grandpa Kurumin, and my what is our boy. When you buy your own grandpa, maybe no grandpa. But you never go for his officer, and what? And the message, and this is a winning campaign message, I'm a trouble, or when you're serious. Or when you're gonna for a serious.
Okay.
I see what we have about muscle, and I'm not touch about and this car, but so. Because of former president, Mama Catchy say, yes, that general said your mom and you too big. The teachers will be no mother catching, and will be. The free electricity. Which I said to my knuckle for one now, my man. Never to your tongue say. Never to electricity, 80%. What can I say? I know what you're about one city.
Me da say, Mamenji, I'm saying you chat to crown up. Hello, morning.
So far, ABOAGYE, the darling boy. Hello, how are you, darling boy?
That's an pay.
Yankopɔn adom ɛhɔ yɛ paa. Maame ntia Amaju Oba Deputy Communication Officer Honorable Johnson Amidu Akamba NDC National Organizer. Niama sitani ni dudu. Betia omo nyame asum dwenka omo nyinaa. Na na mpem. Oba bra pani. Yankopɔn sira paa ni adwumaden a woyɛ ɛne abotra wo yɛ kɔpɛ ho. Ofa de dia meka nyinaa ne sɛ utemi no yɛ asɛm obɛka kɔ osisi ya. Masa abrante na police for no kɔte no. Ɛba ya abrante na bɛhwere ne tra no. According to the police for no man adie. Yes, will be from Kuma to Subafumaja. Obi Fukuma, any class also Fumuja. The service are branch and across the Nippon Wako Kumunukana. As Mutia would try to Shamu, any class of Miko Kumunuta. You will Kumunuta or Yakoko. Yes, Bata, Daddy, and to the American say, Adia police for the Roman Yadia. They caught me, you know. They say, you know, President Kufado. Or how near what Tekes or the Abatogana for so I hear who I am. Of course, the so-called market stock was hard in there. I did back over what happened to different. I did back one in a Ghana for Yaya President Kufado. President Kufado catch a Ghana for the Tiscasu. You cannot say any question so. Now, the Soaba, Uba is scanning when you be part, come with this car, Unya, come with this scanning, I am a boy mine. And as I say, I hope Sabbath or minus Sama, you're doing why and Tassia. President Kufado, a Bonibani, yes, no, the Bibina Yaya, while they catch a Ghana for Nagana.
May just say Hanum Senior DC, Maming reading me last batch of messages, no, not yeah, sorry, so I no pay. KWASI, you and lawyer Ampa have made my day. It is now clear that both the political divide of the NDC and NPP are corrupt, as the young men acquired their wealth illegally. So as the cat is out now, the special prosecutor should invite the names mentioned. Mr. Tay, Gulf Estate, Tema, NOD Free, NOD Buy. Hey, sir. Have you seen that NPP and NDC are selling Ghana? The matters concerning Achimota Forest, both parties are giving explanation, yet the truth is not has not been revealed. That is Ohineba Richard, UK, NOD Free, NOD Buy. And we say a big shout to all the guys listening to us. Hot Digital Online, UK, Abruchmimu. Master Red, Kaswa, NOD Free. Also, a visionary president, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, will never allow the greedy Ghanaian to continue to take over our forest reserves. That is why EI has been issued to protect it. That is Master Red Olifi Kaswa and Odebai. Citizen Shaker Achimosna say, I feel sad anytime I remember the death of the following. JB Danko Kaka, the one who killed kids inside Alright, Citizen Shaker. I'm stuck there. Komlevi from KWASI Benghazi will say President Akufo-Addo has lost control of the country. That's why the cost of living is very high. Indeed, we've come to the crossroads. That's Komlevi Odifri. Komlevi Benghazi. Mystic wonder in some Aduajiri. How did the Achimota Forest land per the initial plan? Metamorphosed from 118 acres to 265 acres. So, does President Akufo-Addo, led government by hook or crook, want to sell and collateralize the future of the unborn Ghanaian? That's Mystic Wonder. Sami Boachi Asaman Kese, now that the special prosecutor has started making some changes against or charges against the corrupt official, let's support him rather than tagging and making all unreasonable comment about him. At Sami Boachi, Odifri Asaman Kese, by Tofik was see John Mahama jabbed Nanado's government, blaming it for running the country into an emergency. Even with COVID-19 and recent Russia-Ukraine war, Nanado's government has sustained the mighty free SHS, giving Ghanaians free electricity, free water, etc. Fighter, Tofik, Odifri Kaswa, and Odebaye. The propaganda of the NDC as a political party is just not. But the beauty of it is that the good people of Ghana now know the truth. So their propaganda is dead on arrival. No other Akbil, the Kokomlemle, and Odifi, and Odebaye. Benghazi is out of touch on all the issues on your show this morning. You didn't add your name and where you send us the message from. Right. I don't know if you are the king. Ayonde, Masama, and Odifi. So this one says, so which one is your message? I see I've chosen not to read my messages sent for the last 4 days. And I also realized that you've been selective in your messages. Listen, Osei, you are not being fair. I always read your messages, and I can't read all messages. So if I don't read your message, don't be sending messages accusing me of anything. Masa, I always read your messages. So Jaisa, Yana, Bana, debi omuso I'm comedy omuso mukase. Mapon.
Ye.
Mapon.
That's okay. Now 30 seconds in you, na 10 seconds.
Diana, okay.
Killing ya unkuransa ya. Once a second but last caller. No. I say ya yen police for no. Yes, yen na ya adwen. The police ni ho ye ni ho. But the can say Masakosi, just imagine obi ada wakonya ne no. Waso no pi. Wa gripping ura. Na adena next moment no was shooting. Enti the AC na
Mapon.
Mayhem. Ewo police station the code.
Malik,
as a result of
Mapon.
The
Kwejo Dami Adoni Magjero Sajima, Wamo Buami, Shisha Jumedie, the Bremo, and Ne Efie, and Yawo. Charlie, I'm just looking forward to Friday. I'm not going to do anything to you.
When I like softly on the sofa floor.
I get to rest, not have to wake up early in the morning. At least Saturday and Sunday, that's why maybe I'm looking forward to Friday. I just want Friday to come. Not like I'm going to do anything special. My life is so boring. Like, look, you have no idea.
Don't sleep. Collect your money.
Ejuma Efie.
Collect your money. Wake up.
We took where I met here.
Get the moolah. Wake up.
Oh! I go soon, don't I? Close you, but I know they are saying him.
Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to.
On social media, oh boy, Naya Safo. One if my bankroll.
I land softly on the sofa floor.
DJ Bosco. Oba Betrasa Bomunyuma Kopim Prem to Bre. He calls this one Buga. Kiss Daniel. Teaching techno. Love to you all. Make